Stop Lionel Messi. How do Argentina score against Spain? They don't concede. Who will win the World Cup final? Well, we're going to try and work it out by looking at what we think might happen in the game and where both managers might try and find advantages, strengths and weaknesses. Who are the stars? Who are the battles? If we look at Spain first, they are definitely the favourites. They've got the best defensive record of any team, and they've got absolute control. This midfield of Fabian Ruiz, we think he'll play, Rodri and Dani Olmo is the best in the entire tournament that we've seen so far, but the entire team is exceptional at keeping the ball, especially against a high press. So if you want to try and press Spain high, all they do is they drag players around, create space, make sure that someone else can drop in, and they ping it around. So if you try and press them high, it's really hard to do. And so they play through your press, they get all the way to the opposition half, and they keep control. So you get to these sorts of positions here, you keep Yamal wide, you keep Baena here. You've got Cucurella making underlapping or overlapping runs, depending on when he needs to do it. You've got Porro doing the same, maybe more defensive in some situations, but what you get are like wide triangles between amazing players who understand exactly what the other person's going to do, and crucially you have Oyarzabal, who's the number 9 but also loves to drop in, and oftentimes what you'll find is the centre backs have no one to mark, which becomes confusing because if someone like Oyarzabal drops deep, you drag someone with them, and then you get a little triangle over here and someone gets in behind to try and get chances on goal. And this is what Spain can do. They work it, they find little solutions, 1-2s everywhere, the opposition can't get close to them, and that's kind of how they defend as well. They don't just defend against the ball, they defend with it. And defensively, also excellent as you'd expect. They're amazing at pressing high, they go man-to-man, show the ball the way they want it to go, win the ball back, and then they just keep it even further. That's why they have so much of the ball, but they do things with it. Now some teams have found ways to stop them, because they will horse you, like we said. You can stop them for a certain length of time. And if that happens, that's when someone like Mikel Merino turns up. You maybe take off Oyarzabal or Olmo, something like that. And then it just turns into classic old-fashioned football where you get the ball wide, you put the ball in the box, and Merino crashes to try and get a goal out of it. And the players behind him will be there to try and get the second ball as well. So Spain kind of have absolutely everything covered and sorted, but also there's an innate understanding between all of them that they've had since they were very young, where they all know where they're going to go, who's going to move where, who's going to open up the space. It's really, really hard to mark them, it's really hard to press them, it's really hard to set off them. They're the favourites, by far. Now, Argentina are very, very different to Spain. They don't play this kind of positional thing that they do. They do a lot of relative stuff, relationist stuff. So they get lots of players close together, so they have lots of connections. They can ping the ball about. They make the pitch very, very narrow and compact. Almost all the width comes from fullbacks. But in-game and game-to-game, the manager, Lionel Scaloni, changes things quite a lot. We saw against England, Giovanni Simeone he was able to get up and down quick and make a lot of runs in behind from there. That's what they've got. And later on in that game, they're big on Gonzalez, can play on the left, so they can change it and add width if they want to. They've got good options off the bench too. But the star of the show is Lionel Messi. And the weird thing with Messi is that when he plays, he doesn't do any defending whatsoever. You often see him up this sort of end here. And so most of the team does the work in a 4-4-1. Alvarez does a lot of the running about here. You've got players who try and make it nice and compact. And the other weird thing about Argentina is that they tend to be better when they're losing. It's maybe not a perfect situation to be in, and yet they keep doing it. But there are specific things on both teams where both managers will target strengths and weaknesses, and I'll show you what some of those are now. For example, number 1, Argentina can't really press Spain, both because they're too good at playing out from the press, it's too risky, especially in the final, and also Messi's going to be doing this the whole time, wandering back in like we said. And number 2, Argentina's weakness is in their wide areas, especially at fullback. So Spain here will have Alex Baena playing probably. If they had Nico Williams, I think they'd get a real benefit out of it, because as Switzerland found, if you take on a fullback 1v1, often you can beat them. So this is one of the goals that Argentina concedes against Switzerland, and Ndoye's on the left side here against the fullback. And all he's got to do is just wait for his teammates to come and help him out, pass inside, run in behind, there's a little bit of space being pulled apart by some clever movement, and he gets in here. This is where teams will target Argentina. Well, this is where Spain will target Argentina in the final. England tried to do it with Gordon down the left-hand side. Other teams have tried similar. Egypt, for example, focus on the right-hand side, trying to run at them around the side of it. Because they put so many players in the middle of the pitch, the space is really in the wide areas, and that's where they attack. And that suits Spain down to the ground, because if I show you another goal that Spain score, well, this is Fabian Ruiz on the ball, passing it wide to Pedro Porro. Now you might remember an example I showed you slightly earlier on the tactics board where the wide triangle rotates and moves to try and drag players around. This is what we saw against France. So you've got your wide triangle here, this is the 3 players, you've got Porro, you've got Oyarzabal, and you've got Lamine Yamal in the wide areas here. Now what happens is Porro wants to try and look for the next pass. You've got the players just holding the distances. They're trying to look after individuals. They're man-to-man with them, so they can't, they can't get on the ball. That's what the theory should be. But there's a secret thing that happens here, because Porro fires the ball in and runs in behind, and you can see that the defender is right and tight to Oyarzabal, so it's absolutely fine. However, that's not where the ball goes. The ball actually goes in here. It's a really clever disguise. And because Oyarzabal is dragging the defender with him, whether he knows this is happening or not, it's hard to tell. But Dani Olmo does the same thing, drops in a little bit, and there'd be movement from the two forwards for Spain against Argentina. So Romero and Martinez will have to work out whether they want to go with them and stay tight or not. Because when this ball goes in, this player has then dragged the defender out of the way, which means Porro can run straight through. The defender can't just like double check and then go and block the space to try and stop him, because he's been completely fooled by this disguise pass. He's in behind, and Porro scores to put Spain further ahead against France. But there are weaknesses in Spain as well, even though they've only conceded one goal. And the weakness is going to be, as you might expect, Lionel Messi, because everything that Argentina do, everything they do in game and change tactics is all built around getting him on the ball. Now, if Messi's in this sort of situation and Spain are defending nice and compact, he'll find it very hard to get on the ball. That's what's happened in a lot of games. And so what Messi's been doing, what the manager's been doing with him, is bringing on different players later on. Say Lautaro Martinez comes on, they can play a 2 up here to try and keep them busy in the last line. Someone will come off, let's take Paredes off, for example. I'm just sort of doing this hypothetically. And then what Messi tends to do is wander into wide areas, because if you're wide, if you're hugging the touchline, you can't really leave someone marking him on that wide area. That's not what really happens, because then Tuchel would have to go out and stay with him, which would create too much space in between. Maybe you can go to a back 3, but as England learned, that's not a really good idea to do against Argentina. And so what then happens is that Messi stays free, he can receive the ball in different situations, and then they start getting their wide triangles going, someone they'll push out with them, and that's where they're formulating a lot of their chances. A lot of Argentina's chance creation, especially when they're behind, especially late in games, is on this right-hand channel. They get into the ball here. Messi, sort of, you'd expect him to be here, put the ball into his right against England. That's how he scored one of them. But a lot of them is him or someone else moving inside, trying to put the ball into the box here. The other thing that Messi will do that Spain will be very aware of is that he likes to get the ball in these situations, then try and move into space once the ball's been passed on. So again, no one's following him because he's just left the space to go and wonder where he thinks the ball should be. He starts often in these situations here, and then he just looks to fire a ball, immediately runs towards it to chase, and in this wild chaos, remember they've got all the players close together to have connections, the ball just sort of pings around and eventually it somehow drops through to him like it's like being out of a pinball machine, and he ends up inside the box. That's the other thing. But the thing on the right hand side, this is really relevant, and I'll show you why. Observe the only goal that Spain conceded in the entire tournament so far. This is Belgium are playing against them. On the right hand side they've got a wide triangle, and they're trying to force with a little one touch ball in behind to get the player free on the right hand side. Spain, they're not really well organised here. They've been caught just slightly out, but this is where they are pulled apart. This is the only time I've really seen it in the whole tournament. They've not really had many chances against them. Ball comes in from the right hand side. De Ketelaere gets ahead of his man to score. Is it a Spain error? Is it something there? Not really. It's just that this is the one time Belgium managed to create something against them, and the only example that I can compare to what Argentina regularly do. Because if Spain are sitting back, Argentina will try and work a way to Messi, try and get the ball into the box, then they'll look for these crosses into the box. This is the only weakness I've found in Spain. And so then what you also get is if you look at one of Argentina's goals, this is them playing against Egypt. They're blocking them. They've got loads of players along the last line. Again, we learned that's not a good idea against Argentina. But you see Messi pulls out to the right-hand side. When he can't get on the ball in central areas because they're blocking it out, he moves wide to where the space is and he starts wandering after that. And Messi, all he has to do is just receive the ball, looks up, and then what you're supposed to do as a defender in this situation is go tight. You immediately go to him, you curve your run, you get straight to him so he can't go past you. But it's Messi. Everyone is scared that he'll just nip the ball past him, skip past you, and you're out of the game, and then you're in real trouble. So what a lot of defenders do is stand off him. It kind of makes sense. That's what happens. He has too long to think about it. Which way is he going to go? Against England, he dragged them all down the right-hand side and crossed it in with his right to set up the goal. Against Egypt here, he just waits his turn, hit the ball into the box, and they score. So this is what you have. Argentina can win this game against Spain, but it's all about Lionel Messi. If he's able to get one of these moments, and he always does, they'll be fine. But it's more likely he'll get those moments when they're losing. But Spain, if they take the lead, will be able to protect it because they can protect the ball a lot better than what England did. And so if they take the lead, it's very unlikely that Argentina will get back into it. And so based on all of this analysis, I believe the winner of the World Cup will be either Spain or Argentina.
If you like this video, please consider subscribing to the channel. The Athletic is home to some of the world's best sports journalists, including David Ornstein, Amy Lawrence, and James Horncastle. With the latest transfer news and insights on every Premier League story that matters, theathletic.com puts you inside football, and you can try it for free now for 30 days. See the link in the description.
People will sell you out in a heartbeat.
What is happening?
The World Cup final is here. Messi vs Jamal, Rodri vs Enzo, the European champions vs the Copa America champions. This is Game Changers, and today I'm breaking down the key factors for the upcoming FIFA World Cup final between Spain and Argentina. So let's get started. I'll be highlighting three key areas. The first is both teams build up. The second is how Spain can win and how they can score. And then the third is how Argentina can score against Spain, who have only conceded one goal this entire tournament. So let's begin by talking about the build-up, specifically about Argentina. And in this example, we've got them as the blue side against the yellow side, who are England. England play out from the back from goal kicks in a similar shape to Spain, which is why this is a really good example to look at. So Argentina generally like to press in a front-footed fashion in this 4-diamond-2 shape. They did so against England, and they got some joy from it, especially towards the second half where England struggled to play out. There were occasions when England could do certain things that exploited Argentina, and I think Spain will probably be able to do those more reliably. So we'll break that down now. So the 4-diamond-2 shape here, in terms of a pressing structure, is intended to do a couple of things. These two players, Alvarez on the left side of attack and Messi on the right side of attack, angle their bodies in this fashion. The idea is to stop the out ball into the fullback, whilst also providing some cover on the centre backs. And then if they have to, often Alvarez actually, will try and cut off the pitch in this fashion, forcing play towards one side of the pitch where players can then start to come across. So that's generally the idea behind this shape. Now, England got joy sometimes if they were able to find a pass outside of this pressing angle, and then suddenly there were big spaces that Argentina had to try and jump to cover. So that's the first thing that we might be looking for when Unai Simon, who's a really accomplished ball-playing goalkeeper, more so than Pickford, who's more so a shot stopper, he might be looking at passes like this to go against the grain. And although it is really risky, you can imagine a situation where Kouassi for Spain in this similar 4-3-3 starting shape might pull out here and then try and create these freer spaces in terms of build-up. There are other examples. The idea is to stop the ball getting into these wide areas, but through clever movements, especially when the team building out are the first to react, you can find your number 6, again, probably under some pressure, but free to bounce the ball rather to a player coming behind one of these diagonal pressing attackers. I think this is probably a little bit more likely on this side with Lionel Messi, who of course can press, but is less likely to back press in my opinion. He's somebody who we know spends a lot of the game walking, conserving his energy and waiting for the moment to change the game through his attacking quality. But in moments like this, you can imagine a situation where the left foot of Ruiz might come in handy rather than the right foot of Rodri. Back to goal, he might receive the ball here under pressure, having made a quick darting movement, and then to immediately play that pass out there. It was often the role of Enzo Fernandez to back press on the number 6. If he does so on Rodri, I can imagine a situation where Rodri pulls away for the arrival of Ruiz, who then will have to pull one of the other midfielders with him. And then again, that either increases the distance that that player has to jump to the fullback. It might draw this fullback up the pitch, but it gives you an overload by going across the pitch. We spoke about the France game, and we spoke about how Mbappe was talking about the need to go man for man against Spain because Spain are so good at building out from the back. I think it's unlikely that Argentina will do that, but if they do that, Spain do still have the technical quality to try and play around them, and Messi, for as good as he is less likely to track players across the pitch. Portugal, who have a similarly impressive individual player historically in Cristiano Ronaldo, also don't necessarily defend with him involved very much. And what he did was he simply stood upon Laporte. Kobasi was more of a free man, and they were able to play through the pitch on that side. Mbappe stood more so on Kobasi, and Laporte was the free man, but Spain had a spare player. So if you don't go man for man, if you do take more of this kind of hybrid pressing approach, somebody is likely to be free, which is why I believe in this way, if Argentina do press like this, Spain will have the courage to do what England probably couldn't do, and they'll play out, establish possession on the ball, and the game might look more like Spain dominating the ball towards this side of the pitch and Argentina having to sit in for longer periods. Now, moving on to how Argentina build up from the back and how Spain like to press from opponents' goal kicks, and there are some clear similarities but subtle differences that we need to explain that might prove Spain have an advantage in certain areas. So when you look at this board, the blue team from their goal kick are Argentina now, and the yellow team are Spain. Argentina are set up in this, it's slightly harder to read, but there's 4 at the back. There's almost 3 midfielders, and then there's 3 narrow attackers. We know that Argentina like to try and play through these central combinations. The yellow team, which is Spain in this example, are defending in this 4-diamond-2, looking to press in a similar way to what Argentina did against England, but also what England did against Argentina. Now, England actually had a really good plan off the ball in the first half. It dwindled down to fatigue and other factors as well. But the reason why this worked so well was because through Gordon and Morgan Rogers making these diagonal pressing movements, again, they had the same intention as Argentina did, to stop these passes out to the fullbacks. Now, unlike Unai Simon, Martinez and Pickford were perhaps less comfortable in trying to play that pass directly. What England did really well on top of that was knowing that Argentina liked to play centrally, they almost gave them some access to do so, but then went man for man in these areas. Even when there were central players dropping deep, central defenders followed them at times. Anderson was really touch tight on Lionel Messi, causing problems for him in the first part of the game. And in a situation like this, I can imagine the small distances suiting Spain's willingness to almost converge and press on Argentina if they do try and play in this way. There is a struggle for Argentina to probably access these players with how intense and aggressive the Spain front players do press. And the benefit that Spain have that Argentina don't have in this shape is that they have 2 strikers, 2 attackers in these positions, and their wingers generally who are capable of back pressing. The only one who perhaps lacks that willingness defensively at points is Lamine Yamal, and we'll explain that when we go on to one of the future sections of this video. But this is a very solid shape and idea from Spain against this Argentina side. The only caveat to that is when you have a player like Messi who's given as much freedom as he is given, what he started to do against Anderson was pull into really awkward deep positions like this. And you can imagine a situation where perhaps the holding midfielder Rodri is marshalling Lionel Messi loosely. How far do you follow him though? Do you track him all the way into these positions? If you don't, there's an option for Argentina to have overloads around the ball and then build out of pressure more slowly. So Spain will be hoping not to turn over possession in the first instance. They will look to try and stay as touch tight and perhaps man-to-man against Argentina because they have the capability to do so. In situations where this might happen and players are moved towards the ball and there is a lot of sort of man-to-man pressure, some teams look for the option to play long out of pressure, but depending on who the striker is, Spain might be well equipped to try and deal with these individual duels. There is a sort of a debate to be had about the individual quality of who this player might be. Alvarez might be able to win some duels dropping deep against a Kobasi, for example, but that's down to the individual quality of players. I think Argentina aren't afraid to go long, but they like to and they prefer to play in these spaces. So Spain will look to nullify these ideas, and if the game does become slightly more open like this, they'll then stay high, try and press, and try and launch quick attacks of their own. But there is a better execution of this same 4-diamond-2 press from Spain throughout this tournament than Argentina. Even though the ideas are the same, based on the player quality, they look different. And I believe this slightly skews the game in the favour of Spain dominating possession, which suits how they want to play the rest of the match. So having spoken about how the build-up play might lead to Spain having long possession, this board is now set up in a way to showcase how that might look, and then we'll go into some of the specific solutions that Spain will look to enact and take advantage of Argentina's defensive shape. So Spain and the yellow here attacking this way against Argentina's 4-4-1-1. Messi's not very involved defensively all the time. He kind of hangs in these positions. So we can almost describe this defensive shape as a 4-4-1, or at times they move into this 4-1-4 and Messi's almost not involved. It's like defending with 10 men at times. So with that setup, you have Spain, who have these really impressive ball-playing centre-backs, Kobasi on the right, Laporte on the left. You can imagine a situation in which Messi might lightly apply pressure to the player on the ball, or stand on the opposite centre-back like Cristiano Ronaldo did in their game against Spain. The problem for them becomes one who picks up Rodri, who can move into these really interesting positions. If he is followed, then Ruiz obviously has the quality to drop in and show for the ball, pulling these players apart. So you automatically begin to understand why an overload in this initial area is a big problem for the opposition. More so though, in terms of specific chance creation in attack, the wide overloads are where Spain played most of their game. Now they can do so with the central midfielder, the left back, and this fullback. Teams can almost lock on in a more man-to-man fashion, which I wouldn't be surprised to see Argentina do in these wide areas. But an example that I really liked from Spain in the last game was to get Laporte involved. If you don't nullify his influence, you can almost get a situation where the central midfielder or the attacking midfielder in Olmo, if he is playing towards this left-hand side, stays central and he keeps his midfielder with him. Laporte then drives with the ball, and this is a common pattern between the defensive midfielders, the central midfielders, and the centre-backs themselves. They like to commit players by driving at them. So Laporte runs with the ball, he entices the wide midfielder of the opposition, and then suddenly you've got a situation where you've got 2 against 1 or 3 against 2 in these wide areas. So Laporte, in my opinion, if he is more free by Lionel Messi's lack of defensive work, I can imagine a situation with him running into these positions. He's got support inside, but Spain will find themselves in these sort of overloaded areas or situations out wide. From there, they don't always go direct to attack the box. Lamine Yamal on the other side can do that as a better 1-against-1 dribbler, but they use these positions to attract opponents towards them before recycling play. When Laporte does commit, it's important to note that Rodri has been shown to drop in and keep that balance of the side, which is really important. But when the ball is recycled back, and again, I can imagine Messi being caught up higher than where Spain are playing the ball, then by moving the ball into these positions here, you force the opposition to then shift from one side to the other. And a principle that Spain have used really, really well this tournament is once teams do look to shift across, they don't play this very passive side-to-side football. They use the angle of play. So as the team are moving this way, they show to perhaps be playing in this direction, but they actually use it to then punch passes through the middle of the pitch really deceptively. And an example that I like to refer to is Marino's goal against Portugal. it was a situation in which there was a drop deep movement. Ferran Torres and Marino were the two between the lines playing centrally. And if I remember correctly, in that moment, it was Ruben Diaz that was slightly slower to react and come out to the player, dropping deep and showing for the ball as Spain passed it through the middle. Now, watching the England game closely, the central defenders of Argentina are two aggressive front-footed defenders. So they do like to try and apply pressure, as did France as well. And when France did it, we'll just reset the board slightly. They were in this sort of 4-4-2 or 4-4-1-1 defensive shape. Again, it's very easy to find situations where Spain have overloads. The fullback's role is really important. So against France, like we mentioned, that pass goes inside. There's that touch-tight defending, and it's the underlapping run of Porro that's found in this space and not tracked deep. Whether Porro or Cucurella on that side make this underlapping run with the winger out wide, you give the opponent questions to answer. At other times, and this is more so on the other side actually, the winger pulls the fullback inside and Cucurella makes this sort of wide out to in movement, or he holds his position but he's free because this player is pulled inside, and these two players kind of rotate between being the inside player and the outside player. So there's a lot there for Spain to work on, but the main key ideas of all of that is the overload in the first phase here with the central defenders, them looking to get wide overloads too before switching play, punching the passes through the middle. And when they can't find space through the middle, spaces out wide where the fullbacks and the wingers, through their rotations inside and out, pose really difficult questions for these wide fullbacks who, if not supported by the wingers, can find themselves in really dangerous positions. So it sounds like we're just speaking about how Spain can beat Argentina, and they do have many different methods of doing so. Argentina do have their own quality. They're in a final for the second World Cup in a row for a reason. One of those main reasons is Lionel Messi's quality. So trying to find out how Argentina can best use that against some of the weaknesses of Spain's defensive approach, although they're minimal. They've only conceded one goal, and that was against Belgium in the World Cup. We'll look at a few examples now. So with Argentina, they don't necessarily play between their central defenders. They always look to play forward or wide, depending on which central defender has the ball. Now, one key weakness when it comes to how Spain defend is in trying to exploit the space behind Lamine Yamal. For as brilliant as a footballer he is, he has a tendency to stay a little bit higher and be less diligent in dropping into this right midfield space when Spain do move towards this more 4-4-2 shape. So there are occasions when, if the players are brave enough, if they have the foresight of trying to look for this space behind Lamine Yamal, that opportunity does present itself. And we know Lisandro Martinez is a good progressive passer of the ball. As a left footer, we can imagine a situation in which he does punch this pass into these areas. And for me, this side of the pitch is a greater weakness for Spain defensively than the other side, with Cucurella being really aggressive and touch tight. And although that can be exploited in itself by attacking some of the space in behind, it's a different problem on this side. And Lamine Yamal is less diligent defensively, and Porro is perhaps slightly weaker than Cucurella defensively. So the interesting question is, Lionel Messi is Argentina's best player. Would we see a situation where, in his reading of the game, he does look to move into these areas to try and take advantage of what he sees as a problem within the game? Against England, I felt as though he read the game himself. Likewise, against Egypt, in noticing that the wide spaces were free, standing there and then taking advantage of it. The left side suits his angles less so than the right, which is why that's a really interesting conundrum. But even if Messi doesn't come across on that side, I can imagine a situation where Lisandro passes the ball into one of these midfielders who punch it out to these wide areas, and Tagliafico, who's come into the Argentina side in the latter parts of the tournament, with Alvarez pulling wide. We know he's a striker, but there were moments against England where he took really wide positions. They might look to find an overload on this side, not necessarily to beat their man 1v1, because I don't think they have the natural wide dribbling quality that Doku provided Belgium in terms of posing them some problems, but more so to create crossing situations. We know against England they were really strong in terms of playing good crosses into the box and then attacking really well. So Tagliafico, but also Gonzalez, who came on in that game. I can imagine situations where they're playing these crosses into the box, and with players like McAllister perhaps having a higher role than Enzo, which we saw in the second half against England, but not throughout the tournament. That might be a tweak that Argentina look to make to have a bit more presence in the box, but also more of an outside of the box shooting opportunity with Enzo there. The other idea is when you are able to find an overload in one particular area of the pitch, you don't necessarily need to finish the move off in these areas of the pitch. You can kind of hope to drag the opposition over here, and then through perhaps some combination play, look to find Messi on the underloaded side. And in reality, I think Messi will probably be a little bit more central, but if he does kind of hold this really vacated position, it gives weird and wonderful problems to these players who innately feel like they have to apply some pressure to Lionel Messi, but in doing so would be disrupting their actual shape. So I think if Argentina are to get some joy, it will be initially down this side. Whether or not they finish the move there or then look to switch play to the other side is a different question. But those are the two possibilities. Spain, when they did concede their only goal of the tournament, it was from a wide crossing position from the right, which perhaps bodes well for Argentina, who got almost exclusively their joy against England from these positions. De Paul, we saw really impressively make these sort of wider overlapping runs. We saw Messi take up these positions, but it wasn't only Messi, it was the fullback actually coming up from this position, and Messi joining from a more central position to give Argentina the overloads in these wide spaces against England. But you can imagine a situation where if, and it's a big if, Argentina are able to get on the ball, they could get the ball into these wider areas, even these deeper areas, and we know Messi's quality in trying to find runners into the box. So with Belgium's goal against Spain, it was more of this sort of 2v2, 3v2 situation, and then it was a more traditional footed cross, something that De Paul might be able to do for a movement into the box. I think those are the sort of the situations you're going to be able to find joy. The last point I'll mention actually is when it comes to the centre of the pitch, you've got two really impressive sort of midfielders in there. You've got Ruiz, you've got Rodri, but your third midfielder who can become that striker in Olmo has the quality and the defensive work rate to fill in there. When it is in these central positions, Argentina are really good at getting the ball and getting many players around it. So if they are looking to try and keep the ball in some of these situations with Spain's more zonal 4-4-2, I can also envisage a situation where by just playing so many players close to the ball, they pose really confusing questions for Spain as to whether or not they come out and try to close these players down, or they let Argentina have more of the ball unopposed due to the unnatural and unusual way of playing with so many players around the ball rather than spacing them out more evenly. So if Argentina are able to get out of their initial build-up phase and get into these positions with lots of players around the ball, that will be their way of establishing themselves in the game and penning Spain back a little bit more. That's when they can get joy. But if Spain can press themselves and make the game look like an attack versus defense drill in their favor, then they will absolutely be trying to slowly break down the defensive structure of Argentina in a way that they have done for all teams this tournament so far. That's it for this episode of Game Changers. Remember to like and subscribe and let me know who you think will win this year's World Cup final. I'll see you soon.
switched off at a corner. Simple as that. And the winning goal eventually came from a brilliant bit of play by Messi. And we've seen this in the previous games of this tournament where Egypt were 2-0 up. This team doesn't give up. So I know where the lads are coming from, but they were by far the better team.
Egypt went for them, Roy.
And you have to take your medicine as a team.
No, but
Argentina were a better team. At the start of the tournament, we always said England would probably get to the quarter-final or the semi-final. We all said that. That's probably the best. And then when they get that knocked out, they went, oh, what an opportunity. They could have won it. England were never good enough to win it.
But Mark, let's just
it.
imagine Roy's right, that Argentina were going to always win that game. That's fine, no problem. But what you can deal with is the controllables. If you clear the ball out of your box defence, you can shift up 5 to 10 yards. We didn't do. So we were forced back. We also, though, sagged back and sank back. So we did. Both can be true. And also, you can give a message to your players by only one way, usually in a football match as a coach, and that's by the substitutions that you make. And he told them to protect their lead by the substitutions that he made, and that was something that was surprising. So, look, Argentina still may have won, but it doesn't mean that England's defence couldn't have got out of the box. By the way, we should have got out of our box 20 years ago and 22 years ago as well, but we sank back as well. It is a mentality thing. We sink back and protect leads. We don't keep on the front foot. Mark Gay summed it up beautifully.
Mentality.
We could talk about this for the next 5 hours.
We probably will.
We probably will. Or next 5 years, or longer than that. From here, let's get the opinion of Karen Carney and Emma Hayes in the MetLife Stadium with Laura Woods.
Mark, thank you very much. The England fans at home still very much smarting, roll with the emotion of not making this final here at this stadium today. We've just been treated to some operatic music behind us, which was actually fantastic. We've had wave after wave of performer. But you're right, the England analysis will continue while I can get the thoughts of the two of you. Emma, it was very interesting to see what the guys in the studio had to say about that. But I wanted to take you into the mind of Thomas Tuchel as the manager. So much negativity around him at the moment and the decisions that he's made. What do you think he is thinking in his head?
Well, I think, first of all, everything was spot on in the studio. You can be multiple things all at once. Did we want to see more attacking substitutions? Yes, absolutely. But the realities are, still think about the two managers that are on show here today. We've got Scaloni, who's been in charge since 2018. We've got Del Fuente from 2022. He's been in charge 15 months. Sometimes you don't learn some of these things about your whole collective until that big game. And I believe Argentina were favourites for the qualities, being world champions. Yes, I can't add to anything they said in the studio. But what I will say is I feel we're so flippant and want to change things off the back of a result like that, instead of what do we need to do to close the gap? What is it, especially in our mental performance, especially when we've gone 1-0 up, to make sure we stay on the front foot for the entirety of the game and not just the first 60.
Kaz, what about his decision-making, especially after going 1-0 up? Do you agree with what the guys in the studio were saying?
Well, I feel sick still thinking about it. So you can only imagine what Thomas Tuchel and his assistant and the players are thinking, because Gary said it in there, you only get one shot. I feel like Eminem now, but you do, and it's that moment, and these decisions, they come back and they haunt you as a player, as a coach and as an assistant manager. But he reacted. When you got the best player in the world, finding little pocket and spaces, you have to try and react and respond, and he was constantly on the back foot. So I think Gary, like Emma said, I don't think we can articulate anything better than what the lads said in the studio. It's both. The players have to learn to dig deep in those moments and how to strike and respond. And Thomas Tuchel, this is his first time in that he is an international manager. He'll know his players, he'll know who to rely on, and I think he should be given another chance to go again.
Well, he's been saying it consistently, Kaz, about the importance of having the ball. The two teams here today have it at minimum 60% of the time, and Argentina, they get even better with the ball once they go 1-0 down.
Well, we're not them, Emma. And that's the players he picked. He knew we didn't have ball playing midfielders. He wanted to be counter-attack. He wanted to be physical. That's why we can only have 12%. We have to find a different way. But what's our DNA?
It's undeniable, but we have a DNA. We have teams that are going deep into tournaments at every age group, men's and women's. That's why, as a coach, I always say it's important not to abandon the very principles you've been building. But do I think Thomas Tuchel needs a 4-year cycle? Absolutely. I think it does take time. It's not club football. You have 15 games a year. Some of these players are still, it's the first time in their arena that deep into a tournament. I think we need time.
You're, for me, a mentality monster as a manager. I've had you. What would you be doing to try and get us from silver to gold? Because it must be, you're saying that is it. What would you be doing differently then to get us there?
I think it's about what did he think the gaps that were missing? He's made lots of references to the possession. I think he has to improve that first and foremost.
Okay, more from these two a little bit later. We'll be building up to the actual game down here as well. And I'm sure we'll see a lot more performers behind us as well. Just under an hour to kick off, Mark.
Thank you, Laura, in the stadium in New York throughout the programme. And we'll talk more about the reigning World Cup and Copa America champions next and chart their never say die route to today's World Cup final.
How does Spain stop Lionel Messi? How do Argentina score against Spain? They don't concede. Who will win the World Cup final? Well, we're going to try and work it out by looking at what we think might happen in the game and where both managers might try and find advantages, strengths and weaknesses. Who are the stars? Who are the battles? If we look at Spain first, they are definitely the favourites. They've got the best defensive record of any team and they've got absolute control. This midfield of Fabian Ruiz, we think he'll play, Rodri and Dani Olmo is the best in the entire tournament that we've seen so far. But the entire team is exceptional at keeping the ball, especially against a high press. So if you want to try and press Spain high, all they do is they drag players around, create space, make sure that someone else can drop in, and they ping it around. So if you try and press them high, it's really hard to do. And so they play through your press, they get all the way to the opposition half, and they keep control. So you get to these sorts of positions here, you keep Yamal wide, you keep Baena here. You got Cucurella making underlapping or overlapping runs, depending on when he needs to do it. You got Porro doing the same, maybe more defensive in some situations, but what you get are like wide triangles between amazing players who understand exactly what the other person's going to do. And crucially, you have Oyarzabal, who is the number 9, but also loves to drop in. And oftentimes what you'll find is the centre-backs have no one to mark, which becomes confusing because if someone like Oyarzabal drops deep, you drag someone with them, and then you get a little triangle over here, and someone gets in behind to try and get chances on goal. And this is what Spain can do. They work it, they find little solutions, 1-2s everywhere, the opposition can't get close to them, and that's kind of how they defend as well. They don't just defend against the ball, they defend with it. And defensively, also excellent as you'd expect. They're amazing at pressing high, they go man-to-man, show the ball the way they want it to go, win the ball back, and then they just keep it even further. That's why they have so much of the ball, but they do things with it. Now, some teams have found ways to stop them, because they will horse you, like we said. You can stop them for a certain length of time. And if that happens, that's when someone like Mikel Merino turns up. You maybe take off Oyarzabal or Olmo, something like that. And then it just turns into classic old-fashioned football where you get the ball wide, you put the ball in the box, and Merino crashes to try and get a goal out of it. And the players behind him will be there to try and get the second ball as well. So Spain kind of have absolutely everything covered and sorted, but also there's an innate understanding between all of them that they've had since they were very young, where they all know where they're going to go, who's going to move where, who's going to open up the space. It's really, really hard to mark them, it's really hard to press them, it's really hard to set off them. They're the favourites, by far. Now, Argentina are very, very different to Spain. They don't play this kind of positional thing that they do. They do a lot of relative stuff, relationist stuff. So they get lots of players close together, so they have lots of connections. They can ping the ball about. They make the pitch very, very narrow and compact. Almost all the width comes from fullbacks. But in-game and game-to-game, the manager, Lionel Scaloni, changes things quite a lot. We saw against England, Giovanni Simeone came on. He was able to get up and down quick and make a lot of runs in behind from there. That's what they've got. And later on that game, they bring on Gonzalez, can play on the left, so they can change it and add width if they want to. They've got good options off the bench too. But the star of the show is Lionel Messi. And the weird thing with Messi is that when he plays, he doesn't do any defending whatsoever. You often see him up this sort of end here. And so most of the team does the work in a 4-4-1. Alvarez does a lot of the running about here. You've got players who try and make it nice and compact. And the other weird thing about Argentina is that they tend to be better when they're losing. It's maybe not a perfect situation to be in, and yet they keep doing it. But there are specific things on both teams where both managers will target strengths and weaknesses, and I'll show you what some of those are now. For example, number 1, Argentina can't really press Spain, both because they're too good at playing out from the press, it's too risky, especially in the final, and also Messi's going to be doing this the whole time, wandering back in like we said. And number 2, Argentina's weakness is in their wide areas, especially at fullback. So Spain here will have Alex Baena playing probably. If they had Nico Williams, I think they'd get a real benefit out of it, because as Switzerland found, if you take on a fullback 1v1, often you can beat them. So this is one of the goals that Argentina concedes against Switzerland, and Doy's on the left side here against the fullback. And all he's got to do is just wait for his teammates to come and help him out, pass inside, run in behind, there's a little bit of space being pulled apart by some clever movement, and he gets in here. This is where teams will target Argentina. Well, this is where Spain will target Argentina in the final. England tried to do it with Gordon down the left-hand side. Other teams have tried similar. Egypt, for example, focus on the right-hand side, trying to run at them around the side of it. Because they put so many players in the middle of the pitch, the space is really in the wide areas, and that's where they attack. And that suits Spain down to the ground, because if I show you another goal that Spain score, well, this is Fabian Ruiz on the ball. passing it wide to Pedro Porro. Now you might remember an example I showed you slightly earlier on the tactics board, where the wide triangle rotates and moves to try and drag players around. This is what we saw against France. So you've got your wide triangle here. This is the three players. You've got Porro, you've got Oyarzabal, and you've got Lamine Yamal in the wide areas here. Now what happens is Porro wants to try and look for the next pass. You've got the players just holding the distances. They're trying to look after individuals. They're man-to-man with them, so they can't, they can't get on the ball. That's what the theory should be. But there's a secret thing that happens here, because Porro fires the ball in and runs in behind, and you can see that the defender is right and tight to Oyarzabal, so it's absolutely fine. However, that's not where the ball goes. The ball actually goes in here. It's a really clever disguise. And because Oyarzabal is dragging the defender with him, whether he knows this is happening or not, it's hard to tell. But Dani Olmo does the same thing, drops in a little bit, and there'd be movement from the two forwards for Spain against Argentina. So Romero and Martinez will have to work out whether they want to go with them and stay tight or not. Because when this ball goes in, this player has then dragged the defender out of the way, which means Porro can run straight through. The defender can't just like double check and then go and block the space to try and stop him, because he's been completely fooled by this disguised pass. He's in behind, and Porro scores to put Spain further ahead against France. But there are weaknesses in Spain as well, even though they've only conceded one goal. And the weakness is going to be, as you might expect, Lionel Messi, because everything that Argentina do, everything they do in game and change tactics is all built around getting him on the ball. Now, if Messi's in this sort of situation and Spain are defending nice and compact, he'll find it very hard to get on the ball. That's what's happened in a lot of games. And so what Messi's been doing, what the manager's been doing with him, is bringing on different players later on. Say Lautaro Martinez comes on, they can play a two up here to try and keep them busy in the last line. Someone will come off, let's take Paredes off, for example. I'm just sort of doing this hypothetically. And then what Messi tends to do is wander into wide areas, because if you're wide, if you're hugging the touchline, you can't really leave someone marking him on that wide area. That's not what really happens, because then Tuchel would have to go out and stay with him, which would create too much space in between. Maybe you can go to a back three, but as England learned, that's not a really good idea to do against Argentina. And so what then happens is that Messi stays free, he can receive the ball in different situations, and then they start getting their wide triangles going, someone they'll push out with them, and that's where they're formulating a lot of their chances. A lot of Argentina's chance creation, especially when they're behind, especially late in games, is on this right-hand channel. They get into the ball here. Messi, sort of, you'd expect him to be here, put the ball into his right against England. That's how he scored one of them. But a lot of them is him or someone else moving inside, trying to put the ball into the box here. The other thing that Messi will do, that Spain will be very aware of, is that he likes to get the ball in these situations, then try and move into space once the ball's been passed on. So again, no one's following him, because he's just left the space to go and wonder where he thinks the ball should be. He starts often in these situations here, and then he just looks to fire a ball, immediately runs towards it to chase, and in this wild chaos, remember they've got all the players close together to have connections, the ball just sort of pings around and eventually it somehow drops through to him like it's been out of a pinball machine, and he ends up inside the box. That's the other thing. But the thing on the right hand side, this is really relevant, and I'll show you why. Observe the only goal that Spain conceded in the entire tournament so far. This is Belgium are playing against them. On the right hand side, they've got a wide triangle, and they're trying to force with a little one touch ball in behind to get the player free on the right hand side. Spain, they're not really well organised here. They've been caught just slightly out, but this is where they are pulled apart. This is the only time I've really seen it in the whole tournament. They've not really had many chances against them. Ball comes in from the right hand side. The Ketelaere gets ahead of his man to score. Is it a Spain error? Is it something there? Not really. It's just that this is the one time Belgium managed to create something against them, and the only example that I can compare to what Argentina regularly do. Because if Spain are sitting back, Argentina will try and work a way to Messi, try and get the ball into the box, and they'll look for these crosses into the box. This is the only weakness I've found in Spain. And so then what you also get is, if you look at one of Argentina's goals, this is them playing against Egypt. They're blocking them. They've got loads of players along the last line. Again, we learned that's not a good idea against Argentina. But you see Messi pulls out to the right-hand side. When he can't get on the ball in central areas because they're blocking it out, he moves wide to where the space is, and he starts wandering after that. And Messi, all he has to do is just receive the ball, looks up, and then what you're supposed to do as a defender in this situation is go tight. You immediately go to him, you curve your run, you get straight to him so he can't go past you. But it's Messi. Everyone is scared that he'll just nip the ball past him, skip past you, and you're out of the game, and then you're in real trouble. So what a lot of defenders do is stand off him. It kind of makes sense. That's what happens. He has too long to think about it. Which way is he going to go? Against England, he dragged them all down the right-hand side and crossed it in with his right to set up the goal. Against Egypt here, he just waits his turn, hit the ball into the box, and they score. So this is what you have. Argentina can win this game against Spain, but it's all about Lionel Messi. If he's able to get one of these moments, and he always does, they'll be fine. But it's more likely he'll get those moments when they're losing. But Spain, if they take the lead, will be able to protect it because they can protect the ball a lot better than what England did. And so if they take the lead, it's very unlikely that Argentina get back into it. And so based on all of this analysis, I believe the winner of the World Cup will be either Spain or Argentina.
If you like this video, please consider subscribing to the channel. The Athletic is home to some of the world's best sports journalists, including David Ornstein, Amy Lawrence, and James Horncastle. With the latest transfer news and insights on every Premier League story that matters, theathletic.com puts you inside football, and you can try it for free now for 30 days. See the link in the description.
Compro ticket, compro. Vamos a Argentina, sabes que yo te quiero. Voy a llegar a...
Volando voy, volando vengo, volando voy, volando vengo, por el camino yo me entretengo, por el camino yo me entretengo. Gracias. Para bailar la bamba se necesita una poca de gracia per mi parti, e arriva, ay arriba, por ti seré, bala la bamba, la bamba. Yo no soy marinero, Yo no soy marinero, soy capitán, soy capitán, soy capitán. La 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 bamba, ba la la bamba, ba la la bamba, la bamba. Para bailar la bamba, para bailar la bamba se necesita una poca de gracia, una poca de gracia para mi party. Arriba y arriba, ay arriba y arriba, por ti seré, por ti seré, por ti seré. Bye. Alabama, la bamba. Yo no soy marinero, yo no soy marinero, soy capitán, soy capitán, soy
Playing against Man City, sometimes they will try and get right against him and man marking to stop them setting the tempo with the football. It'll be interesting to see who Man City's midfield attaches to and goals.
When he's playing for Spain and the Man City, when they dominate possession, it's when they lose position. That's his football intelligence, where he stands and covers the ground.
The atmosphere is definitely building in New Jersey, and there are plenty of celebrities who are at the World Cup final. Of course there are. There'll be plenty you'll be seeing a little bit later as well in the halftime show. There's a World Cup winner, Zinedine Zidane. Diego Simeone is there, of course. His son is on the bench today. Mrs. Beckham is there too. Javier Bardem, what a good baddie he is, isn't he, in films? And Timothée Chalamet and Kylie Jenner. So we are told there. And as well as the competition, a last chance to win with IT. 375,000.
Thanks, Mark. Well, there's been a little bit of a problem. You'll notice behind us that there are a few seats that are still empty at the moment, and we're still, 25 minutes to kick off, not very long. Ultimately, FIFA have had a bit of a glitch in their system with the tickets. When the fans have tried to come in and use their passes, it's not been working, so there's quite a lot of queues outside. So we're actually still waiting for it to fully fill up, and it is 80,000 in here, so look, it's going to be a sellout. But guys, let's talk about Spain and Argentina and how this match is going to go, because for Spain and Argentina, in fact, two of the best collective teams in this tournament. What is it about this Spanish side, though, Emma?
Well, I think it's about what they've been doing in their DNA since they were 8 years of age. For them to play in the 4-3-3 the way they have, every single player knows how to dominate a football match, whether it's through numerical superiority or positional superiority. They are the masters of time and space, and I think you'll see that in an abundance today. And it's every single player. If we have a look for the clips here, I'm highlighting the two centre-backs, Kubasi in this shot in particular. Their progressive passing from deep is second to none. I think you'll see a lot of this today. Laporte stepping into midfield to create the extra number, whether it's to go back out wide or get Olmo in play. Same again. Whenever it goes backwards, they're press resistant. This is where Olmo comes into play, when he sits behind the midfield lines and looks to get on the end of those slight diagonal passes. These are the kings of playing this way.
Because they are equally as impressive out of possession as well, though, Spain, aren't they?
Emma mentioned their DNA to dominate the ball, but actually against France they only had 51% possession. So what are you doing when you don't have the ball? Well, you defend properly and you hunt in packs and you win it back quickly, you win it back aggressively. So you can love them for their in possession, but this is why I also love them, the desire to get back. There's three players getting around it. How quickly can we win it back? In 5, 6, 7 seconds, it's theirs. Again, recovery runs, some centre forwards, some attacking midfield players. Then we're calm on the ball. Wide players, non-negotiable. Get back, track back. Now you keep the ball, keep the first pass. And this is why, for me, they've conceded 1 goal in this competition so far. It is a team in possession, but no question about it, a team out of possession. Now we flow, now we break forward, and he's been superb.
We've got two teams going at each other, of course, Argentina with their deadly pinpoint crosses as well, Emma.
I think it's a tournament that's been really difficult to break down very compact blocks. I think the top teams have been so efficient with their crossing, and we know how Messi likes to come outside of blocks and work on that final ball. They are the kings of crosses in this tournament.
Absolutely. Before the game even kicks off, we've got more entertainment to come here, Mark. We really are spoiled today.
We got more ceremonies, closing ceremonies, protocol ceremonies, or whatever.
Spain have strolled into this final. Their whole game so far is about keeping the ball, move it, they pass you dizzy until the gaps appear. Rodri sets the tempo. Argentina do it maybe the hard way, but they do it with a bit of a smile and a snarl. A team that simply refused to lose. Extra time, injury time, 2 goals down, it doesn't matter. They just keep on coming. They'll soak up pressure, they'll strike you on the break. And they have weapons, and of course, the best player in the world.
Said before the game, maybe the neutrals are leaning towards Spain. Obviously, Argentina knocking England out, but there is a look of an early 90s Arsenal team to this Argentinian side, the way they go about tackling and everything. So I'm keeping my options open, to be honest with you.
This is Montiel. Came in at right full-back for Molina, who had a very tricky night, actually, in Atlanta when I was there on Wednesday. McAllister. This is Emi Martinez, who suggested when the finalissima was announced that this could be the World Cup final, and he wasn't wrong. They could have got this game back in March, but because of the hostilities in the Middle East, it was cancelled with 12 days' notice. But we do get the opportunity to see these two come together once again. Bit of a tangle on halfway involving Montiel and Alex Baena.
I'm watching it.
Yeah,
Baena went short and then spun in behind them, and he was just getting away.
This is what you don't do.
Correct.
As a full-back, you don't let him go past you.
No.
When he's done you like that, little to the ball and spinning the hole, there's no way the ball's going past with the player. One of them has to stop.
He just blocked him totally, didn't he?
He's lucky he's not got a yellow for that. It is a yellow card offence, there's no doubt.
Oyarzábal fans, Lamine Yamal. A little deflection takes it to Olmo, back to Yamal, first chance, and the deflection almost took it beyond Martinez, who's made a stunning reaction save in the first 5 minutes of the game.
It's all about his movement when he knocks in. Watch when he knocks it into Dani Olmo here, and then he keeps going. Look, he's got 3 Argentinian defenders around him, and he's the one that doesn't stop. He keeps moving, and he gets a little bit of a break. What a chance that is early on.
Here they come again. Rodri has pinched it, moved into space. Yamal has got away again. And Lisandro Martinez, for the second time in quick succession, has got a vital touch. And that's what Spain can do to you. Pounce, and then they just quickly move the ball, and all of a sudden you're in trouble. But this is what Messi can do. Unai Simon comes out, gets there. The miscontrol from Alvarez might well be crucial.
I'll tell you what, the goalkeeper has had a right result there. He has had a result. You might say, well, he won the ball. He's so lucky that the ball fell into that area. He wasn't aware. He was out of his box, just kind of sweeping up. All of a sudden, he's needed. He nearly didn't get there.
It was really interesting because I thought Messi might just have been offside. But the goalkeeper, you're right, got away with one there.
Laporte striding forward. And a space for Baena over on that far side. Cucurella wanted it played down the left side. Well, we started, gentlemen, 6 minutes late. But it hasn't taken too long for it to get up to speed, has it?
That's not allowed. You can't kick off late. This is what Spain are brilliant at. When you've got a low block against you around the edge of the box, they just pull the midfield players out of that space that Ali really likes to be in when he was playing, just coming off the centre halves. They pull you out with little passes. All of a sudden you find yourself out of position, then they feed it in behind you. Rodri's the king of it.
Oyarzábal dropping deep, getting the better of McAllister, and now Rodri striding forward with purpose. Cucurella. This is Dani Olmo. Pedro Porro was magnificent in that second half of the semi-final.
Oh, he's fouled.
Surely
Diabolical.
he should have got a free kick there. The referee not forthcoming with it. It was a little bump ball, very similar to that from which he scored his goal down in Dallas.
Oh, watch this. He gives it and goes, look.
How's that not a foul?
That's a clear foul. He's obstructed him, sticks his arm out.
Referee's 5 yards away.
Olmo. It's brilliant at picking up space in between the lines and trying to find a pass. Not clean enough this time, but Cucurella was hounding and hunting. They've won it back again. Oyarzabal.
They're closing down without the ball. The Spanish is absolutely exceptional. Every single one of them. Normally, maybe a centre forward just goes to sleep a little bit, but Oyarzabal then just nicking it from behind all of a sudden. We're under pressure again. This is the position that Martinez decides to take up. Sorry, Simon takes up. He's way out of his box. He's got lucky there.
Here's a chance, isn't it? He keeps it low. Takes the deflection of Martinez. Could have gone anywhere. Yep, he knows it's a chance.
Intended consequences. Those two in the middle of the park serve Luis de la Fuente rather well. Quarter-final, Pedri was left out and Fabian Ruiz put in alongside Rodri. It's a blend that has worked to perfection.
I mentioned earlier, lads, I thought in particular the semi-final. I mean, the result wasn't a major shock. I mean, Spain could always beat France, but I thought the manner of the victory, they just totally dominated them. And those two in the middle of the park just ran the show from start to finish. Immense.
It's the President of the United States of America who's dropped his toe into football this month. He even actually waded into the England debate. A couple of statements that Thomas Tuchel suggested still shows that when it comes to football, he's an apprentice.
Rumours that he's got the first week of the trophy on his mantelpiece are false. Certainly got it to his suite right now.
Taken up to his private suite, yeah.
I'm just surprised you're surprised he had an opinion on it, Sam.
Pedro Porro. This is Cucurella. Rodri flying the ball out to Lamine Yamal, trying to keep it in play. Well, you would have seen that iconic image of Messi bathing Lamine Yamal as a baby. It's been widely circulated. But there are 20 years and 19 days between them, and no World Cup final has ever fielded two players on opposite sides that far apart in age. Messi, 39 years, 25 days, a third World Cup final, the second oldest man ever to appear in a final, behind Italy's Dino Zoff in 1982.
Nothing has surprised us so far, is it? There's nothing popped up and you go, oh, that's a bit unusual. Messi just walking around, hardly touched the ball. And Spain in total control of possession.
Baena. This is Rodri. Bit of room for him to manoeuvre into. Fabian Ruiz's cross, and then just took a flick on the way through off an Argentine defender. Lisandro Martinez got in front of Dani Olmo. That's a corner.
To suggest that maybe trying to stop the cross from the Argentinian point of view. It's all right getting men behind the ball. You have to engage the guy on the ball. That's too easy.
absolutely jam-packed with Argentines inside this New York, New Jersey stadium. Has come forward, Marcy has come up from the back as well. 19-year-old has played every minute. It's aimed in towards that far post. Dani Olmo had room to bring it down. Romero was out to him quickly. Yamal. Reina almost shut out. Wasn't the greatest of passes from Yamal. Argentina have had a bit of a disrupted last couple of days. Scaloni let everyone know about that. He was openly annoyed in his last press conference. Made to train at a time they didn't want. He called it a strange, quick session. So they didn't really get to try anything out. They had to endure stormy conditions here yesterday. Not ideal preparation. And Spain have had a day more to get themselves ready. Towards Oyarzábal. Martinez. Now Rodri. Ferran Torres sliding that into Oyarzábal. His touch was a little heavy. Olmo, who was clattered by Alexis McAllister, and he wasn't too happy about it. And the benches are up. And Slavko Vincic is coming over to have a word with the Liverpool man.
And he just lets it run through him, doesn't he? Needless challenge. Again, could easily be getting a yellow card for that, I think.
See, we're a difference of opinion there from a forward, and look where it is, right on the halfway line.
Doesn't matter where it is now.
No, what I'm saying is, from my point of view, I think you've got a challenge there. You've got to go, do you know what, I'll take a risk and I'll just let him know I'm there. Try and win the ball. Obviously didn't particularly win it very well. But I think if you pull out of that, it just sends a message to me. Just sends a message that says, you know what, I can, be on the ball longer than...
All I would say to you is, in reply, generally speaking, when you're letting people know you're there, it's generally a yellow card nowadays.
Well, we haven't seen a yellow card yet. Spain may be a little bit aggrieved that their superstars aren't getting enough protection. Dani Olmo, the latest to complain to Slavko Vincic. That might well have been a yellow, and there was the incident with Pedro Porro where he should at least have got a foul. And I saw a couple of superstars in the crowd, and it is dripping with A-listers once again in New York. Pharrell Williams, Will Ferrell. And that's just a small number of sample of the kind of star quality that is here for the World Cup final. Pushing the back by Reina.
That was Mr. Messi's second touch of the game after 15 minutes, 33 seconds.
I think we've learned that Argentina are quite happy to start slowly because we know they finished quite strongly.
Yeah, absolutely.
8 of their goals so far in this tournament have come after the 76th minute.
It's remarkable, that, isn't it?
Rodrigo de Paul didn't start the game against England in Atlanta. He's been integral.
Definitely finished it, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
How good were his balls?
Tried to erase that last 15 minutes. He's on the ball now. Floating it to the far post, and slightly better trajectory on that. Nico Gonzalez, who's making his first ever World Cup start, was in.
Inches, wasn't it? Really good ball in. Great area.
Oh, Vienna's delighted, and he just dropped him and left him. Didn't match the run. I'm a little bit surprised in the opening stages that I mentioned the Spanish fullbacks not having any out wingers to deal with, that are not getting forward more.
Here's Jamal, looking to tease a ball in towards the danger zone. Oyarzabal went towards it, but Emi Martinez was in command.
Hey, the ball says, takes the touch, and he just looks up, and he's looking for Oyarzabal to make a run across the front of the defender.
This kick is a little bit wild.
He didn't have a lot on, to be fair to him. He's full that wide, Porro, who's being marked, and then no midfield player still coming back after that move.
It goes to Nico Gonzalez, and he might get the better of Porro here, and he's got support from Alvarez, and Pedro Porro will be mightily relieved that he wrestled control of the ball back from him.
He's got lucky there. The full-back never turn your back on the ball. He didn't know where it was. He was just hoping that it would drop anywhere near him.
And tactically, Lionel Scaloni absolutely superb in the tournament so far. I just wonder whether or not, with the sort of almost lopsided system that he's got today, Rodrigo de Paul is shuttling out to the right, but it's almost like 4-4-2, Ali, whether that's the reason that fullbacks haven't been able to get forward.
Yeah, well, he's covering Cucurella on his right-hand side, Spanish left-hand side, obviously, but we've already seen Porro get forward and scored in the tournament. I think he'll bide his time, but I certainly think he'll get forward more.
I just wonder if that's why Gonzalez is out there. He is more of an out-and-out winger.
Yeah, it's absolutely why he's out there. It is 4-4-2. That does enable you to just put a bit of pressure on those full-backs.
See, I get that. I get the four in the middle of the park and two sound banks of four, if you like. If you're playing somebody like Messi, who with the greatest respect isn't going to work for you, you know, in a defensive situation. So your two banks of four allow your genius of space to go and do what he wants when you get the ball.
Well, Enzo Fernandez is just taking a little bit of a clattering from Olmo. It's all he had to go for.
Is he all right to go for that one,
Yes.
Ali?
Yeah. I'll allow him that one.
I want to know the parameters of our discussion, how it's going to pan out as the game goes on.
Matt Damon. And the talented Mr. Scaloni. I think for a long time people thought that he was just there to serve Lionel Messi, but he's shown he is much more adept than that.
He's one of my favourites, by the way, Matt Damon.
Is he?
I like Scaloni as well, but Matt Damon's one of my favourites, definitely.
What's your best one?
The Bourne Supremacy.
Has got a new film, The Odyssey, coming out.
Clint Eastwood all day long.
Oyarzabal. Looking to try and chase down, couldn't quite get there. Enzo Fernandez has it back for Argentina. Odd bounce of the ball, which Romero managed to get hold of. That hit something. Cucurella aggressive in trying to win it in front of Montiel.
Ali, he's absolutely fascinating to watch it live, isn't he, Messi? The amount of standing he does.
Yeah.
And the players that run past him. Rodri just ran past him then, had a look and went, oh, he's standing still, I'll go over the side of the ball. You almost forget he's there.
And you can't forget he's there now because he's on it. And he's looking with menace to get the ball forward in towards Nico Gonzalez, whose attempted flick round the corner didn't come off as planned.
He just wandered offside as well, but I think he can take that one down, can't he?
But I mean, that's him, Lee. I mean, we are talking, of course, about arguably the greatest player ever to grace a football pitch. But I just think he's, you know, when he's not got the ball, when Argentina are defending, he just strolls around the upper third of the pitch looking for a little bit of space that he can pick it up when they do get the ball. And as I say, you know, in most teams you don't get away with that, but if you're Lionel Messi, you can get away with it.
I've seen you get away with it a couple of times.
Not to the same extent, I have to tell you.
Opportunity for Oyarzabal to take advantage of a slip, but Enzo Fernandez is back there. On the subject of Lionel Messi, only the second man to play in 3 World Cup finals. Cafu, the other, the great Brazilian right back.
I forgot about the great Pelé. He was injured in '62, you informed me.
Yes, injured in '62. An injury picked up halfway through the tournament. There's a couple of other close shaves of players who could have played in 3 but didn't quite make it, including Lothar Matthäus, Pierre Littbarski. It's a rare thing to play in 3 World Cup finals, but Messi's a rare breed. Spanish attack. And a corner to come in from the far side, which Baena will look after. Oyarzabal, Rodri and Olmo being marshalled by Tagliafico. Montiel, Romero's getting hold of Aymeric Laporte, who the Spanish tell me they reckon is the best centre-back at the tournament. Easy catch for Emi Martinez.
Anything with a bit of height on it, 6-yard box, he's one of those keepers that'll come for it. It's going back to Cafu, Ali.
Brilliant.
No disparaging remarks about him as a right back, eh?
No.
No?
No, he was just a different level, wasn't he?
He was, wasn't he? What a player.
Messi trying to get away from Rodri. Good luck with that.
His first touch was brilliant, wasn't it? Initially take it away from the defender, and as I think they're tugging his jersey, this touch here, that one there, that's the one. Beautiful.
What a jewel that is, by the way.
Yeah.
"27 degrees down at touchline. It's definitely worth a hydration break today, and it brings to an end the first 22 and a bit minutes of this World Cup final.
for the latter stages of the game. You know, just now we saw him just come alive, and again, you just see it. He's just on the periphery of it, really, and something's going to happen.
Something is bound to happen. The celebrities are enjoying it. We need a goal. Here's Sam.
Well, Spain's defence has been their strong suit, hasn't it? They have conceded just 1 goal in 5 weeks. Charles de Ketelara strike for Belgium in the quarter-final. That goal ended Unai Simon's world record run of 650 minutes of World Cup football without letting a goal in. 6 clean sheets at the tournament is a record for a single World Cup. And the first goal in a World Cup final is usually important. Since the goalless 1994 final, the side that scores first has gone on to lift the trophy in 6 of the last 7 finals. It's a little bit short. Alvarez closing down Simon, who just about dealt with it.
Ooh, they got a fright there, Kubarsi, for a minute. I'll tell you right now. Ooh, heart in the mouth stuff, that.
Yeah, a little hand up in the air. Oh, please get there. He's been exceptional, hasn't he? Talking about that defensive partnership with Laporte, but the 2 fullbacks as well. But that protection they get from Roderick and Ruiz makes a big difference to a back 4.
So much talk about Lamine Yamal, but it is worth mentioning that Pau Kubarsi is only 19 himself, and he's played every single minute of this World Cup. And now dragged to the ground. There's going to be a Spain free kick.
I'm sure he's brought his yellow cards with him.
That is going to be a fascinating battle, isn't it, Ali? Yamal up against Tagliafico.
Yeah.
Elder statesman's got to be a bit careful.
Mentioned it before, going on about it again. The 2 Spanish fullbacks, I mean, arguably the best threat from wide areas the whole tournament have been the French. And the Spanish lads handled it perfectly in the semi.
Yeah, I thought Cucurella was the man of the match against the French. Obviously, Rodri played a big part.
The Spanish press actually gave it to Pedro Porro.
Yeah.
Here is Cucurella pinching the ball. Enzo Fernandez pinching it back. Those 2 teammates at Chelsea last year. Scaloni encouraging his team to get up the pitch. Porro, that's really short. And Cucurella is there. He was trying to switch it. It was not the ideal pass. No, it was a little bit wild, wasn't it?
Could have been a little bit of a dodgy situation, but he actually defended it well in the end.
Amazing to think that Cucurella is going to be at Real Madrid next season. Yamal.
That was nearly a worldie ball. If you can ever play a ball into a striker's feet, I know he's a midfield player, but if you play to somebody's feet, the edge of the 6-yard box, it's always going to be a good ball. You just overhit it a little bit.
Just on Cucurella, I think in his first season at Chelsea, there were a few eyebrows raised about the fee that was paid for him, but over the last year or so, he's certainly established himself. I think since the 2024 final, actually, the finals in Germany, he has established himself as an elite fullback. Are you surprised that he's going to end up at the Bernabeu?
No. I think you've used the word elite, and that's what I think he is. The biggest compliment you can pay him, you know, the fans of your own team love him, and the opposition don't like him. And invariably, that's the biggest compliment you can get paid.
I think sometimes people underestimate, and Chelsea is a big club, there's no doubt about that. When you move clubs, no disrespect to where he came from, but move clubs, it can take a while. And he did get some stick. It took him a while to settle in. But boy, has he done it now.
Baena getting a chance to cross, but not being able to execute it. And Romero of Tottenham Hotspur chests it down and Argentina get it away.
Nah, it's a poor ball, Sam. You know, once he does ever so well to come back onto his left foot, clearly sells the dummy to Montiel, but he should do better once he gets his half yard.
Oyarzabal. A little shove in the back from Romero, wanted a free kick. Again, the referee wasn't forthcoming with it. Fernandez.
Tell you, Ali, what Spain haven't done or managed to do yet is get one in behind for a runner going past that final line, because they're playing quite high. Argentina at times, but they haven't had a runner from midfield or one of the wingers break a hold from the full-back.
I suggest that it was a slightly soft free kick.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
It does give Argentina the opportunity to try and conjure something. They're yet to really cause any grief for Unai Simon. And that hasn't stopped them from coming up with moments in the past. It's kind of what they do. Messi standing over it. It's a tap from Rodrigo de Paul. Tried to teach Lamine Yamal a little bit of a lesson, but didn't emerge with the ball. And then there's a kick by Alvarez, which is going to give Pedro Porro a free kick. He's finally poised and very much on a knife edge. I suppose the big subplot is the fact that the two managers know each other so well. Lionel Scaloni said Luis de la Fuente taught him all he knew. Marc Cucurella. Aymeric Laporte. Cucurella did make the run, and then when he did it the second time, I think he went a little early. Finally, the offside flag goes up.
And they worked it really well. Baena was just going short enough, giving Montiel the problem with Romero. That's tight, probably as just.
Sandro Martinez.
I think Argentina will be really pleased with the way that the game started, because they've not been opened up at all. They're pretty comfortable, not on an awful lot of possession. They'll just go about the rest of the game like this, hoping that Messi will have a moment of magic, or they'll get a free kick or a set piece or something. But Spain have got to open them up. They've got to be a little bit more creative, I think. Go a little bit longer at times.
Rodri getting the foul on this occasion. There was an ironic cheer from the small pocket of red-shirted Spaniards high above Unai Simon's goal.
Got to be outnumbered by, I don't know what it is. It's
40 to 1.
There's so many Argentinians here.
We're in the fan park outside our hotel at 6 a.m. Olmo skipping away from Rodrigo de Paul. Cucurella, a little flick trying to get the better of Montiel. Good recovery challenge from the man who won the World Cup final with the final penalty of the lot 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's a good little trick, but he was on, look how far behind he was. And he knows he's playing catch-up, but that slide there is a beauty.
Montiel plays for River Plate. shared that right-back role with Molina over the course of the tournament. Yamal. Rather aggressive engagement from Tagliafico.
Won't be the last.
Baena finds Oyarzabal. This is Olmo. Cucurella. And again Cucurella. Oyarzabal. There's not much in the middle for Olmo to aim at. Lisandro Martinez was equal to it. There might have been a handball there. Rodri moves across his former club mate and then appeals to the referee.
Yeah, I think that's harsh. His arm's up across his chest, isn't it? Almost contact, but I think it didn't harsh.
Good little swivel from Baena. Final ball not quite as he intended. He's got a second bite at it because of the poor clearance, but Spain do have it back, and they are being allowed to sort of wander into Argentine territory, but when they get up to the edge of the penalty area, piercing that final line has become difficult.
Well, that's been the biggest problem so far, hasn't it? First 5-10 minutes aside, they haven't really threatened the goal.
Good touch into Olmo, might come through to Oyarzabal! He struck it firmly, but it was too close to Emi Martinez to really trouble the big Argentine.
Yeah, look at Olmo's position. Just wanders in between the two centre-halves. I think the boys were talking about him before the game. Olmo could be the one. And he just sneaked into a bit of space. Set Oyarzabal up with the shot. Haven't had one for a while.
No, I don't think we could grudge him the effort. However, we'll probably have a look at it again at half-time. Fabian Ruiz was in a terrific position there.
5 goals already at the tournament for Oyarzabal, and he's amongst a clutch of players to have achieved that for Spain, including the great Emilio Butragueño from the 1986 edition. Baena trying to unsettle Enzo Fernandez, but he does well enough.
Just going back to that shot, Ali, would the young Ali McCoist have passed it there?
No, but somebody with far greater vision, and there are a lot of them would have passed it.
This is Messi. Romero. McAllister. Enzo Fernandez. Messi again. Julian Alvarez. Bit of space for Rodrigo de Paul. Second chance at centering the ball, and he's ended up finding Oyarzabal. His attempt at escape was halted, and that's going to have to be a yellow card. I don't think there was much getting out of that.
Yeah, you can't complain.
Argentina yellow card, possession number 6, Lisandro Martinez. Martinez, yellow card, Argentina.
First yellow card of the World Cup final of 2026. And so far, Rodri and Ruiz have had a lot of the ball, but haven't been able to penetrate that back line for Argentina. One of the things France did was not put enough pressure on those two during the course of that semi-final. Here is Fabian Ruiz again. Now Rodri. Montiel goes towards him. Cucurella thrusted it into the path of Ruiz, but didn't reach him.
It is a very disciplined press they've got, the Argentinian midfield. They go and then they just drop straight back into it, and that squeeze between them and the back four is really tight, and almost finding difficult picking that space up. They will get in at some point.
He moves so elegantly, doesn't he, Dani Olmo? He's like a ghost. Oyarzabal. Good run from Pedro Porro, whose cross is going to evade everybody. Much to the relief of the Argentinians.
Great move. Really well worked. He's just looking for somebody to run at the back post area. I don't think that's a bad ball at all. One of the better moves, maybe their best move actually.
I think Olmo and Baena made the same run, just towards the near post. No one willing to come in up that back post.
Yeah, you're spot on. Almost the went back post.
Yamal. Fabian Ruiz back to Yamal. Spain have won the ball high up here, and again, as soon as they've got it, Argentina flex back behind it. Cucurella. Baena outside him, he went for goal instead. Well, you can't win the lottery unless you buy a ticket.
Well, they worked the extra man really well, didn't they? Alex Baena kept his distance out in the left flank and allowed Cucurella to move forward, give them the extra man, the overlap.
I wonder whether Argentina have got an issue here.
Martinez has gone down.
Well, he's got to have some treatment, which is going to delay proceedings. We're in the 43rd minute, which means we are just a few minutes away from the half-time show, the first ever World Cup final half-time show. I'm not going to ask you for your thoughts on BTS, Coldplay and Madonna, but I am going to say, what is it going to have in terms of effect on the players, the fact that the break is much longer than it usually is?
Well, they'll keep themselves ticking over, that's for sure. I would imagine they'll have bikes and things like that in the gym. They'll sit down, they'll do their usual, I would imagine. Lads get their cup of tea in 5-10 minutes with the coach. But at the same time, they'll definitely need to loosen up again before they come out for the second half.
He won't be loosening up again, and he won't be coming out for the second half. Lisandro Martinez is being replaced, and Nicolas Otamendi, 38 years of age, a general and a dressing room voice, who came off the bench against Algeria and England, started the game with Jordan. When Romero was rested, goes in alongside the Tottenham centre-half.
Just about the half-time break, Sam, I think it's absolutely outrageous that players have to sit in the dressing room for half an hour plus. It won't be half an hour, it'll be 35 minutes. But it does make a difference, because you have to do a full, you have to basically do a full warm-up if you're standing still for 30 minutes.
Gonzalez, stopped by Pedro Porro. Just wonder how much encouragement Spain will have taken from the fact that Lisandro Martinez has been put on the bench.
I agree with everything Lee says, however, I've never seen Madonna.
Never what?
Never seen Madonna.
Or BTS, I would fathom.
I'm a bit worried about your warm-up at half-time, let alone the players.
Julian Alvarez sent over the top. Unai Simon read it all the way.
It just ran away from him, didn't it?
And will be 4 minutes of added time. Gonzalez tricking his way past Porro, probably for the first time, really. Wasn't going to be able to do it twice. Cucurella tried to send it long, but ended up only finding touch. Commentators alongside us very frustrated. Of Spanish origin.
Just a little bit slackness keeping in with Laporte there as well.
Certainly not going the way of Lisandro Martinez, but not really going the way of Spain yet either. Lots of control, lots of possession, but maybe not as much as they are used to.
Yeah, they'll be frustrated, and Argentina won't be. There's the difference. They're just quite happy with doing what they're doing.
Certainly leaning into the Argentinian game plan at present. This is Rodri.
That's the one, Ali. Sure. To go over the top. Oyarzabal made a really good run. Just lift it over, Olmo. You don't even have to take a touch. Just stretch the back line towards their own goal. They haven't done it once.
Good turn from Baena into Oyarzabal. Trying to turn it back round. He's lost it to Messi. You can't touch him, mate. Especially not like that.
Especially not on his knees.
Well, he's been the story of the World Cup in some senses, hasn't he? Lionel Messi, 39 years of age, 8 goals. Mbappe got a couple during the third, fourth place playoff. He might well not get the golden boot this time, but he's still got a very good chance of getting himself a second straight World Cup.
Will we see him at the next one, boys, do you think?
43?
There is a train of thought the way he moves, and I get it. You know, there's not a lot of output in terms of, you know, running about. I'll tell you what, the brain won't slow down for sure.
Well, if you told me 4 years ago that he was going to be here and this good, I would have said no. So I'll reserve judgment, I think.
That's why I was asking the question, really. And we were blessed 4 years ago, weren't we, to watch that.
Slightly different game this time around so far, but there's a long way to go. Might be a very long way to go.
I think the Spanish are playing into the Argentinians' hands a little bit here by playing balls short to feet now. They've got to go a little bit longer. Stretch the game a bit.
Well, level at the break, 48 teams dwindled down to 2 over a fascinating month. 45 minutes gone, there's still nothing between the last pair.
All that is.
Oh, cute.
It's cool.
That is cool.
Oh.
And also, did you see that thing about Michael Richards and his family?
I know, very sad.
So sad. Bless him.
Fair play to him for going on TV straight after as well.
Yeah. Well, it seemed like he didn't sort of doubt that was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
It was probably good, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You want to just do what you've got to do, yeah.
Spurs, Bristol City.
That sounds...
What do you think, John?
A tasty option. Did you see Romero gave Pedro Porro a little...
Spain are just so much better than Argentina, I think, in pretty much every way. So
yeah,
no doubt Argentina will end up winning.
Oh yeah, good point.
That's how it works.
Oh no. I was just pointlessly saying that Romero gave Pedro Porro a little kiss on his cheek at the beginning.
I think Pedro Porro's actually impressed me a lot this tournament. Largely because, I don't know, because I think everyone thinks of him as being like a wing back, right? And you want to get him into those half spaces to make the crosses to the back post. But I've actually been super impressed with him as a fullback, like receiving in the first line and the solutions that he finds in those positions. I might move into this chair, actually.
Yeah, is it not just because they're like, his crosses are kind of legendary and they're also like a very easy thing for people to think
he's very good at that.
Of,
right?
Yeah.
But also he's not been playing for a team build up in that way that much, right? So I guess it's the sort of thing that you don't see him doing as much. But I think it's the fact that for this you see it all the time. You'll see it in the second half for this Spain team. Obviously, when you pass the ball to the fullback, they're immediately getting pressed, and like what you'll often see fullbacks doing is just then playing the channel ball immediately or along the floor. But he actually has the ability to sort of do that disguised drag where he pulls it inside and carries it into space. And that makes him so dangerous in those situations, especially for a team like Spain where they want to, they've got options in the middle as well. It's been a joy to watch him play. And Rodri has been so good in this tournament. Yeah. And he's sort of grown into it as well. He's not put a foot wrong so far in this game. And I think, it's so obvious how when he controls a game, like it just makes the team around him tick so much better. Those have been the things that have stood out for me. And maybe the takeaway is, and we've talked about this enough times, that if you want to keep Messi quiet, don't let his team have the ball. And Messi hasn't been able to do anything.
Yeah,
because Spain have been able to largely control the ball. So yeah, Spain haven't generated a lot. They've had some of those like.
Oh my God!
Lovely.
They've had that lack of sharpness that we've talked about all tournament. But the upside of that is that if you're in a scenario where you're controlling games, you don't have to deal with the fallout. You're staying in games and then taking your chances when they come.
When they come, yeah, that's true. And also, with Argentina, if they're going to win because they're the second best team, and that's how it goes.
Yeah.
There's no question of like, well, how do Argentina win this game? Because it's like pretty obvious how it's going to happen.
That's funny.
Oh my gosh.
What is this variant that's happening?
This is Rush. It's like a five-a-side version. I've not actually played it before, but
I'm bad at it.
And yet, I've given you a go.
Indeed.
So I'm nice like that.
How's the chat? Are they feisty?
Oh, I don't know. Let's find out.
Let's find out.
That's fine.
Yeah, see, this is why I'm bad, because I've normally got loads of players behind me to help with that.
Whoa!
Stephen Strong says, has anyone spoken about how many times players have kicked away the ball after conceding a free kick with no punishment?
Yeah.
Whoa!
I had noticed that. Alvarez absolutely leathered it as half-time whistle went.
I feel like referees bloody love to give.
Yeah, but it's clear. It's clear they're just not going to give anything in the first half of a World Cup final.
Yeah, I agree.
Argentina had 2 potential red card challenges, one of which got a yellow card,
which was good of the ref. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Speaking of red cards.
But yeah, we know what to expect in these sorts of scenarios. But it was quite a quiet half. But the other thing is as well is that Spain are having to play. I guess that they're playing Alex Baena as the left winger, and they will bring on Ferran Torres or Nico Williams or both at some point, and that will make them, and Mikel Merino, of course, and that will make them. It's almost as though their strategy is to sort of stay in the game and then open up later on. So, but no shots for Argentina in that first half.
No, they had pretty much nothing. Yeah.
Someone says, I think men shouldn't cry.
What?
Which I'm confused about.
Is this about your stiff upper lip?
Someone said they think men shouldn't cry.
Oh, no, me, apparently. No. That's not what I wanted you to take from that.
Oh, they thought you were saying
I think everyone should cry. Absolutely, and I think they should be in touch with their emotions, and I think they should talk about their emotions, and I think if you're having issues, I think you should. There's hotlines, and people should go to therapy, and not just talking about football with people in a room. I just meant specifically in major football games. Maybe that's not. When the camera is on you, maybe that's not the message you want to send to the rest of the team.
You hate men, you don't want them to cry. We all understand. It's fine. No, we heard it loud.
It's like if we were having a really bad podcast performance.
I'd cry, for sure.
I wouldn't. I think you wouldn't.
I
think you'd say. I think you'd be like, "Good job, Kaya. That was really hilarious."
Right.
And that's what I'm saying.
Role of team leader, and I'd say, Kaya, that was so funny.
And I think,
I loved what you said about that thing, Kaya.
Yeah, and I think in the
I love that thing you said about Arsenal, that Arsenal player being the solution to everything.
Mikel Merino is the best.
That's true.
I'm going to pretend I'm too focused to hear you guys.
Now listen, I've started a Q&A, by the way, in the live chat, so people can put their questions in the Q&A, and if they're good questions, I will read them.
If they're good cues, they'll get an A.
Where did Kai get his shirt? Is that a good enough question?
No, that's not good enough.
I got it on Vinted.
Incidentally, if you see at the top of the live chat, Kate, there's a little drop down where it says at the very top that it says top chat with a drop down button.
Chat, I like
if
that.
you drop that down and you'll see questions, that's where the Q&A's at.
Oh, cool. Okay, so I can ask a question there.
Well, you can read questions that people have read, or you can type a question in if you'd like to. Is it going to be about Kaya's shirt? Yeah. Oh my god! Oh no, God's sake! Tim Beer Float says, "What's the Golden Boot race look like?"
Tim
well,
Beer.
we were talking about that a little bit before.
Mbappe, is it?
It seems Mbappe. We talked about the whether or not it is fair that third place playoff goals should count. I'm not so sure that they should.
No.
How about that? What's the best way to prepare a brace of conies? Good question, Noel Harron. You boil them, you mash them, and you put them in a stew. Very good.
Conies are rabbits, aren't they?
No, yeah, and that's obviously he's referring to potatoes in that set. Well, taters
right.
he is.
Oh, okay.
But I'm just sort of throwing that in there.
People think we should watch. People think we should watch the
Ah.
halftime show.
Why doesn't John support a national team? That's actually a good question.
Doesn't believe in nations.
You know, I don't know. I used to be much more annoying about it in a sort of ideological way, but I'm now at a point where I just don't really enjoy it, and so
I like that you've announced yourself as much less annoying.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm still annoying, but like annoying in a
that
different way, perhaps. But
yeah,
I used to just feel very uncomfortable about some of the things that were brought along as baggage especially with the England national team, to the extent that I felt much less. And I did, I was an England supporter up until probably like 2004, maybe.
Right.
I was very into it in '98, but that was like the perfect sort of confluence of things for me, like age and getting into football, etc. And I'd been like a football fan for like 4 years by that point properly, so that was like the perfect one for me. But fell out of love with it, and then just haven't really fallen back in love with it.
Is that when It's Coming Home started as a song, 98?
96.
96, okay.
96 was another big tournament for me as well, actually. So yeah, it's not really on the basis of anything like...
Yeah, apparently the Muppets are in the halftime show.
What?
Guys, I do kind of want to see that.
That's fine. If you want to watch it, you can leave the room.
I'm going to watch the Muppets, but I'm going to go back and watch that.
Yeah, we can watch it.
There.
We can watch. Can we not put it up there?
Don't let them get
lure you in.
Okay, if you listen, that's why they.
This
the thing
is
is,
ideology.
that's
Specifically
why
won't put it on here.
No. That's
okay.
why they've put the Muppets on.
Yeah.
They've put them on to get you,
to lure you in.
Don't let them get you. It's absolutely outrageous.
I'm taking a lot of pelters about this thing about trying to be tough when you get subbed off.
That's because you acknowledge that you got one pelt, and therefore then there's more.
Oh, whoops.
Because
okay,
they see
shall I
that
read
that's
out
how
some more
you get them.
positives? that people put at the very top of the show.
Why don't you be positive instead of crying about pelts and then... See, that's like taking your own advice, isn't it? It's having your own medicine.
Yeah,
See how I've packaged
You're really
throwing it back at
positive if you made a
yourself
mistake on a podcast. This is this
Oh,
is what you get.
It's proof, but exactly. So he's just modelling good behaviour in this instance. No, there was a brilliant question, and I can't find it.
Here's a good one from Parva Shah. Do you think the Martinez substitution, I guess injury as well, will affect the second half, John?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know. It's funny because it felt almost as though Argentina were like being forced to play lowish block and counter without a team that's particularly good at low block and counter. So I don't think the issue is necessarily like the first pass so much as like the person receiving the pass. This is a real end-to-end game.
Ding dong of a battle, I think that's what
this World Cup final should be.
Rush.
This is
Like,
England,
Kaya's scoring
France,
good goals,
COVID.
and then he's just giving the ball back to JJ.
I mean, that is my entire strategy on this game.
So yeah, I don't know that having Otamendi necessarily will change their approach. It could even force them to be a little bit more. I don't know. Let's see.
I like this question.
What's your chess rating, John?
The last time I played, I think I was around 1600.
Do you remember when I beat you, John?
No way.
Joe did beat me.
We played the first time we played, and the only reason I beat you is because you were so arrogant.
That is massive.
You thought so little of me.
John.
You thought that I was just some nothing guy that didn't even know what the pieces did. And you left yourself wide open.
Wow.
I left myself.
Is 1600 really good?
Yeah.
And then we immediately played again, and you won within, what,
1600 is
45
okay.
seconds.
So you, if I were you, Joe, I would have just never played chess.
Well, that's what I said,
Okay.
but he was very upset about it. He didn't want
To be
stop
no,
there,
to be.
obviously.
I mean, that's a misremember.
Did you cry, John?
Kick crying out of chess. I hear you, K Mason.
There was a good question in here. This was from DBS.
DBS?
With rumours about Michael
what?
Elise.
Where you?
You've got to have a
the police
DBS check to go
yeah.
to
Well,
go
with
to
children,
schools.
yeah.
Absolutely. Well, this is from DBS YTC. I didn't want to read the whole thing. I don't know what it stands for. There are rumours about Michael Elise going to Real Madrid for upwards of 200 million euros. I've no idea about the allegedly no idea about the substantiveness of those. Is any player worth the price, and will anyone ever top? And will anyone ever? And will any? Was that
What was the price?
I've beaten him.
Oh, no,
I've beaten him.
Upwards of 100.
That was golden goal.
Yeah, well done.
Well, is anyone
Well played,
worth
sir.
200 million euros? And will anyone ever top Neymar's transfer to PSG? Also, did you win, Kaya?
I did.
Well, John, trade in. It's
Oh, is
down
it
to
winner
you
stays
to,
on?
To play
Okay.
JJ now.
I'm surprised you're not putting
Oh,
me
sorry,
up
to play
against
Kaya.
Yeah, let's
after
have it.
After
Top
Kaya
seats,
won.
did you
We
guys?
can play together again, Kay. That was fun last time.
Yeah, you weren't when you weren't here, Joe. I played. Kaya and I played as a team against.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm not familiar.
Played as a team.
We played against the computer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How did
and we
it go?
did great.
Yeah, I felt we did. We conducted ourselves pretty well. We didn't cry.
But if-
and
yeah,
yeah.
but that was because you knew you had to be strong for me. 'cause I
Exactly.
didn't know what I was doing.
What do you think about that question, JJ? Is anyone worth 200 million euros, and/or will Neymar's transfer fee ever be eclipsed?
Someone in the Premier League will do it, won't they? I don't know if that'd be worth it because the prize money doesn't line
Morgan
up.
Rogers is worth.
Have you seen that thing where
the
where the prize money doesn't, or like TV money doesn't line up with the transfers anymore?
Yes, you sent that into our WhatsApp group earlier.
No, it wasn't me. It was someone.
It was me.
It was John.
A friend of mine sent me a graph that he'd chat GPT'd up.
John, where are your trousers?
I need to change. Yeah, I forgot to put them on.
The trouser rule has been broken.
Spider, your authority is completely shot.
Cross-legged
John
as
just
well.
does whatever he wants whenever he wants. Don't cover your legs.
That looks dodgy as hell,
That
John.
looks worse, John.
That looks dodgy.
John, that looks worse.
No.
John, don't do
Why
that.
does it look worse?
Because it looks
like
you're hiding something.
It looks like there's a mark on it as well.
John, put the pillow back, John. Goodness
like
me.
this
Put your
pillow
legs
sitting.
down. Put them down.
Strategic places.
What's wrong with knees?
Goodness
What's
me.
this? What is this Edwardian Victorian?
We did the
sort of
Champions
attitude
League
about-
final, and we all wore shorts because it was well, I didn't because I'm a professional, but these guys wore shorts because it was hot.
It was hot.
And every single comment was about our knees. And we brought a rule in. It's Don's rule. It's Don's studio rule that's being disrespected here, by the way, not mine. And we brought a rule in about trousers, and John's managed to observe that rule every day so far, apart from today, almost as though he doesn't fear the consequences.
I do not fear the consequences.
And that's exactly
Sort of like
What
the
do you
last day
fear?
of school when
Since
you,
we're trying to be more open about men's mental health.
the way you said that was as if, oh, such a drag. Right, what else we got? Oh, what's the last concert you went to?
Oh, crikey.
Google Earth. I saw Pitbull last week.
That's true. You did see Pitbull, didn't you? You came back with the shirts.
It
and
was
then
the
you tried
time
to-
of my life.
You tried to make us wear those bald caps that had been worn by other people.
No, it's just by me and my girlfriend who wore the ball
sweaty.
caps.
Yeah, other people.
We'd washed them since.
No, you hadn't.
Maybe.
How would you wash a ball like with?
You sort of run it under a cold tap for a little bit.
That's like
You
suggesting
didn't
that
do
bald
that.
people don't have to shampoo their head. We're entering
Do
dangerous
they? If you're like
territory.
properly bald, do you have to use shampoo?
Oh, this is a good question from Vineth. How many kits does JJ have? I mean replica kits that you've. I mean, I think you've got a lot at home, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got a lot.
You've probably got a problem amount.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Does it seem like way higher?
It would be more useful for my girlfriend to have the space in the wardrobe.
Would you like?
But
I would like some more. So if there are any you're not that attached to.
I'd like them
I've
all,
got loads as well if you want any.
and I have a
What do you
problem with
like?
collecting them.
I have a lot of green shirts. I'm
Yeah.
Green.
through a phase of.
He's trying to make sure that no one can green screen him at any time.
Yeah. that's
Or he's
true.
trying to.
Oh, ref! That's so.
What a goal!
Bosh.
That is so
Woof.
lucky.
It's liquid football.
Garama
Tyler
asks,
Adams.
any
That's the
thoughts
least-
on...
Look at that celebration. Do you
That
like
is the least convincing goal I've ever seen.
Let's watch this again.
What is that?
Garama asks,
Kapow.
any thoughts on Manzambi and his transfer to Villa? We're going to talk about that later on the podcast. So either stick around for that or you can listen to it tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah. Someone says, as the worst. As the worst. Says 1600 is very, very good. Let's not pretend anything else.
Yeah, so what is the scale for chess ratings?
I think like a grandmaster is like 3,500.
No.
Okay, so you're half as good as a grandmaster.
No.
I'm not sure that's quite how it works though, because I think almost everyone.
Grandmasters are like still 2,000. There's some like.
You're even closer to a grandmaster.
That is not true, John. That is
They're
absolutely
still within
scandal.
the 2,000s. They are. There are chess engines where they've gone above 3,000, but no chess. Magnus Carlsen, what is he? Is he 2,800 maybe?
I think it's changed. If you've not been playing lately, I think the format has changed a bit.
Are you a big
But
chess
I mean,
player?
just
I'm a
search
ti- well,
for,
I'm
just
a-
search for chess.
I was quite proud that I got up to 1,100 just
wow.
this last couple of weeks.
Congratulations.
So I'm actually feeling a little bit crushed by this whole thing.
What's
but
the,
at least I didn't lose to Joe, hey?
what is the skill gap of the 500 difference? Is that like
Well, that sounds massive. But then again, if it's all been moving
You're
around.
not moving, you.
Go on, say what you're about to say.
If it's all been, I'm just saying that maybe John needs to go back in and actually back his chat rather than just.
Well, I mean, you can literally just have a search for the chess ratings and it will tell you.
No, I believe you. I just mean that, things get inflated.
That's true.
Referee. Oh.
It does sound like the building's falling down, by the way.
People are moving furniture upstairs
really
at
odd.
9 p.m. on a Sunday. Who are these people? Goodness me, honestly. Why are Spurs? This is from user in 5SN9BY3W. Why are Spurs trying to sell player of the tournament Jed Spence to Inter Milan?
It's odd, isn't it?
I don't know. Are they doing that?
Yeah. Well,
Really?
I don't know about it. Yes, I have seen that rumoured. I've also seen him linked with Everton. But
Does
I guess
Jed Spence, genuinely, sincere question, does he start regularly for Spurs when everyone's fit?
Well, yeah, good question. I mean, he has been.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know if I'm too emotional about Jed Spence because of everything that's gone on.
It's fair.
But
You're pretty emotional about chess ratings, to be fair.
I am, and actually, you're absolutely correct about Magnus Carlsen, and I'm sorry.
What is he? 2,800.
Yes.
Well, he was trying to
offside by a mile.
He was trying to get above 3,000 at one point, and
right.
And because he had a really good run for a while, but
no,
it's basically impossible, I think, unless you're a computer.
Well, who's he going to?
Which
And
is
who's
not
he going
far
to
off,
beat
to be
as well? I mean, yeah.
Unless you are a computer. It's funny.
you get like 8. You get like
well,
8.
they're not far off computers these days. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
You get 8 ish every time you win one, I think.
Yeah, depending on how high the other
But I
person
suppose
is ranked.
you couldn't just play Joe like 200 times and then.
Yeah, I thought the keeper had that. Yeah, if you have a bigger rating than them, then
this is
the points you get from it are less.
What is Pudsey?
So people are on it. If you actually are.
You guys just.
No, JJ's trying to watch it, but he's getting confused. He thinks adverts are part of the World Cup.
Why is Ramesh Ranganathan at the World Cup?
He's getting very
Adverts have
confused.
got really good lately. I've noticed that.
Who do you predict to finish top 4 this season from Chris? That's good. Also, I will say, Jamer, I was going to ask you a question, but you asked it 3 times and that annoyed me, so now I'm not asking it.
Were people really interested in that Spurs thing, or was that people just? Were you?
Were you not talking about that? Oh, you got derailed. And
I got derailed by the
again.
chess
I'm
thing.
sorry. Yeah, no, go on.
People,
Yeah.
Well, people are now on about maybe Destiny Doggy, who I am a big fan of.
Yeah.
But he's been kind of injured over the course of the season. Spence was kind of quite poor at the start. Well, I mean, obviously Tottenham has been like just a terrible team all season.
Sure.
But in the second half of the season, Spence was playing most of the time. Obviously, we had all this carnage around just like a load of, Igor Tudor. Remember that guy? Like,
I do. What a dark time.
It was absolutely bizarre.
Your tackling
Coming
is so
in.
bad that I go the way that I think you're not going, and you end up there by mistake.
Yeah.
People having to
This
deal
isn't
with
chess anymore, John.
people having to deal with all of the drama, all of the changing, all of the just like depressing life of being Tottenham players. So anyway, hard to see all of these good things that Pedro Porro can do, for example. Hard to see all the good things that Jed Spence can do.
I did wonder about Jed Spence this tournament because he was great in moments, right?
Yeah, and he's always got a wreck in him. Is what I was always thought. He's always going to make a mistake.
Well, I mean, I wondered if,
but he hasn't.
He did great things on the ball, and he made a couple of those like rushing tackles back where we're really talking about like, okay, good tackling, but also it's just a speed thing, right? And
timing, right?
But
to be able to make that tackle without giving away a penalty.
That's true. But do either of us really have a strong opinion about what he did without the ball and whether he was a good defender as part of the unit or whether he just showed up well in those individual moments when the camera was on him and he either had the ball
I don't think that's fair.
I think it's fair.
What about when he came on? I mean, what about when he came on in the Mexico game?
I didn't say it was bad. I just said, do either of us have a
Yeah, because off the ball, when
opinion about
you
it?
mean when he was like British bulldogging all of the, in that 30 minutes when he was just, like chasing them around.
Yes, no, but that's true. Although that wasn't, I feel like that was.
I don't know what I'm acting like a crab.
That was like a, it was like a unique circumstance, right? Where that wouldn't happen in a normal.
Oh my goodness, what is that finish?
Hey boys, remember we're live. It's okay to talk, but like make sure that you're not just.
Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah, sorry.
Over the top of our conversation. Thank you.
There's nothing boring about it.
Fascinating conversation to the point.
Their first half-time show, I think, better received in the studio than it was here. But here's Oyarzabal. Argentina emerge with possession.
Fernandez went asleep then, nearly got his pocket pinched.
And they've given it away again. Oyarzabal can't get on the end of it, but Baena can. He's going to cut in and shoot here. And it's only taken 43 seconds for Spain to get their first shot on target of the second half.
Well, he hit the ball away twice, didn't he, Ali? Yeah. And then again and then they didn't come out. You've got to go and press the ball. Baena coming in on that right foot. Look, two centre-halves got to come out quicker. Is that the half-time show? It's done.
Well, I was going to say to you, I might take a couple of minutes to get going myself here in the second half, because that's mentally scarred me what I witnessed there at half-time.
What did happen?
That's true. What were you saying?
No idea. Saw two of my favourite players all
Me?
driving
Yeah,
a
what
vehicle.
was it? What was it?
Ah, you had to be.
We said it wasn't the name, so I just wondered what it was.
Did you get your wish, though? You did see Madonna, which is what you've always wanted to do. You've got, what,
I don't know, I feel
30-second
like,
glimpse of her?
like the Mexican game is not the kind of game that Spurs are going to play every day. Yeah, I hope not. For the Premier League season. I don't know. I wonder, I'm just playing devil's advocate because I loved him. I thought he was great.
Anyway, I hope the second half's a little bit livelier, lads. The first half it wasn't great, let's be honest.
Saying that he had a great tournament beyond those
we could do a goal, get things going.
Where he had the ball, or where he did a cool running back challenge that made
Emerick
it look
Laporte
like
trying to get there and timing his
Can I
intervention
ask a test
perfectly.
question?
Good race, wasn't it?
Is he good enough on the ball?
Goal kick as well, Laporte.
Laporte.
Just watch him
Because I
dive in.
think
He's
what you're
saying
saying is that's exactly what you have seen.
bit of a flick.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of a point. Is it his foot then, or is it?
I thought it was his foot. Yeah, I thought it was his other foot.
You've got to claim anything, just put your hand up, claim everything.
Well, VAR will look at that, and if it has been incorrectly awarded, they will overturn it. But it seems, seeing as we're about to play on, that is not the case. Lionel Messi to take the corner for Argentina. Near post one, which is flicked by McAllister, and I think then came back off him after it hit one of the Spanish defenders.
It's one of the worst corners I've seen Messi take.
So what we're thinking here, I mean, we don't see any, there won't be a dramatic transformation from either of the teams, particularly Argentina. They'll just sit and just wait for that one opportunity that will come their way.
Well, I mean, there's no doubt, isn't there, that the idea of putting McAllister out to the left-hand side is a little bit different to having Nico Gonzalez out there, who is an out-and-out winger. Just makes them a little bit more back to the shape that we've seen quite a lot, which is that diamond in midfield.
Yeah, it might be a little tweak. As Ali said, there won't be any real change in their tempo, the way they play, the way they go about any part of the game.
Is there a danger, though, with that sort of more narrowing off, as we've seen throughout the tournament, that it does encourage Spain to try and spread the play? And if you were at Luis de la Fuente, would you be focusing on getting the ball out wide?
Well, their fullbacks is, sorry, Ali. I'm just going to absolutely definitely. I said it in the first half, and I think from Spain's point of view, not the fullbacks not up against out-and-out wingers, Lee. You know, you would naturally think that you would get forward at every available opportunity, whether it's Porro or Cucurella. I think Cucurella did it a lot more than Porro did in the first half.
Got another injury here. It does look like there's going to be another change of personnel for Argentina. It means that they will have used 2 substitute windows and have made a 3rd substitute before we've even got anywhere near the hour mark. We're some way up towards the back of the stadium. I think that's for Kundo Medina down there of Marseille. If it is, then you would suggest it is that left side which is got a problem for Argentina. Romero forward. Flick on by McAllister. Tagliafico goes down that left-hand side and is fed by Alvarez. Tight and tense in New Jersey on what is a sweltering afternoon now. It's out of play.
Just putting his bib back on, so he might not be coming on just yet.
There's obviously some cause for concern, although when Tagliafico went burning down that left-hand side just now, and maybe an indication it wasn't him. Here's Yamal. Good touch to take it away from Paredes. The second time in history that these two have contested a game at a World Cup. Rodri has gone down here. Claims that there might have been something off the ball.
Did go down really quickly, holding his face.
And there's a push there on Olmo too. And a yellow card straight away for Paredes. He's only just come off the bench. Now, Argentina can get a little bit spicy, we know that. Spain's captain already drawn the battle lines over their style. He was asked about them, actually, in the week. The aggressiveness.
There's a lead in the back. Here it comes, Ali. There. I mean, what's he doing? There is referee standing. That's a ref cam. It's 10 yards off him.
Is he getting a yellow card for that, or for subsequently what happened with Olmo?
Probably subsequently what happened.
Because the first one would be soft.
The first was soft. I mean, come on, do me a favour. Rodri's gone down there, I don't think for any reason at all. He's just standing his ground, blocked him a little bit.
But I thought it was funny, Ali, that he was talking about this at that big fans fest on Friday, Rodri. He was sort of giving that knowing look when he was asked about the physicality and the spiciness.
That's what they do, Sam. That's what they do. We're not surprised about that. They've done it all tournament. They did it opening 15-20 minutes against England. It's a tactic, it's a ploy they do.
But hence why he's gone down like that, because he knows the reputation precedes them.
Correct.
Stupid. Paredes. I mean, it's stupid. The referee's standing right there.
Yep.
Rodri flicks it on. Olmo. It's an Argentine throw.
I was thinking Argentina, they haven't got an out ball, they haven't got anyone, but they're not that bothered. That's the point. No. They're not bothered. Just churn it out. Get a few more minutes out of the way and take it towards the end of the game.
And that is when they strike. We mentioned earlier, the last 15 minutes is their most fertile ground.
That's the second push.
That's the one he got the yellow
There's the
for.
third push. No, it's the third one.
Third.
You couldn't get any closer to the ref if you tried, could you?
Leandro Paredes. Alvarez hunting. Porro back to his goalkeeper. Nothing yet to separate the champions of Europe and the champions of South America. Ruiz, Olmo.
That's brilliant.
Oyarzabal. Ruiz has made a intelligent run. He's slipped in, back towards Oyarzabal.
Yamal was a pass. I'm telling you, Yamal was a pass. The movement, everything about, that's been the best move of the game by distance.
Slick and sharp from Spain. If they are going to cut you open, that's probably how they'll do it. Porro, Yamal. Running into a little bit of traffic and encouraged to get back to his feet by Tagliafico. To Paul. Cucurella snapped into the tackle. Messi gets it back. Well, it's a clash of styles, and it may well take one moment of magic to seal it. And there was a big chance for Spain.
It was, it really was, and there was a great run forward.
This pass
This,
here,
yeah,
that one.
beautiful. That one first time as well. Comes back to Ruiz, he goes forward. See, the left back comes in, and that's when the ball's got to go to Yamal. The left back, Tagliafico, has to come in and cover, goes through his legs there, but it's the wrong pass. As soon as the left back comes in, I think Yamal's the pass.
Olmo in behind the defence here, and with options centrally, and Cucurella is arriving, but so was Gonzalo Montiel.
Yeah, as a right back, you have to cover your centre halves if needed, and he was needed then. Comes in from this right back spot. Just look where he is on Cucurella. He knows, he's had a little look, and that little movement there just gets there before the left back. Really good move. We've been looking for Olmo to make those little runs off the shoulder and get into those little spaces. We've not seen enough of that.
It was the hero of the World Cup final penalty shootout 4 years ago, Gonzalo Montiel. He's been drafted in to replace Molina today, and he was drafted into action there.
He was very sharp, wasn't he? He was aware of everything that was around him.
Lamine Yamal. Pedro Porro whips one deep. A bit too deep, really. Where is Medina? That's not Medina, is it? That's Molina. Which suggests that maybe there might be a change in the right full-back position. And it is Gonzalo Montiel. Interesting. Those two have shared duties over the course of the tournament so far.
Well, he certainly didn't look as though he was struggling in any form of injury the way he covered the run from Cucurella there.
No. Interesting. I think it's something that they have done quite a lot, though, isn't it? Just change those positions because they are so vital to the way that they play and that discipline that is required. Cover so much ground because of the fact they play that three-man midfield. Messi is allowed to wander. Yamal snapping in to win it from deep was Tagliafico. Given back to Spain by a rather loose pass from Enzo Fernandez.
Ali Olmo just looks like he's playing a little bit
higher up the pitch.
Yeah, just trying to get. Yeah, he's picking it up at 10 now, but he's trying to get just behind that back four.
He's one of the best at drifting into space in between the lines, Dani Olmo. Superb at the Euros 2 years ago. Porro. I felt he was fouled, and the referee is suggesting that he agrees, and Paredes has to be a little bit careful here, having already been booked.
Catches him, doesn't he, left leg. Just a little below the left calf.
His left ankle.
Right there.
He's walking a little bit of a tightrope now, is Leandro Paredes.
Good angle this as well. Just get one just behind that back line, quite high. The Argentinians try and hold that 18-yard line. Possibility of a shot as well.
They are not the biggest there. Argentinian team, however, you don't see them beaten too often in the air. What's happened there?
I think there was an inadvertent explosion, Ali. I wonder what caused it.
That was better than the half-time show, that.
Quite a few daytime pyrotechnics, haven't we, today? Still awaiting the fireworks in the football match. Lamine Yamal stands over the ball. Alex Baena next to it too. Olmo, Rodri in the centre. Emerick Laporte. It's Yamal. The wall does its job. Baena tries to slide it in. Only half cleared by Argentina. Well, the job well done. Baena put it out last. It's a throw into the Argentines. Scrapping and hounding. Never giving up. Bit of a change coming here. Pedri and Ferran Torres. And Mikel Oyarzabal being replaced. And Fabian Ruiz too. What do we make of that?
That's not surprised me. I just want to liven it up a little bit. And we've already mentioned prior to the game, didn't we, the talent in that Spanish, or on that Spanish bench. So I would suggest he's certainly not weakening these 11, that's for sure. Freshening it up.
Another Spanish free kick. Ferran Torres of Barcelona has maybe had a little bit of a frustrating tournament up until now. Lamine Yamal's gone down under pressure. He wanted a free kick, which is not forthcoming from Slavko Vincic.
Actually didn't catch him, did he?
Loose for Baena. Porro and Rodri combine. Bit of space for Pedro Porro here. He's being chased by McAllister. It's aimed in the direction of Ferran Torres. Pedri. Lovely reverse ball into Cucurella.
He's blocked again, Sam,
certainly
honestly.
could have the free kick. The referee's played the advantage because Pedri's got it. Now Olmo, who's going to go for goal. It's spilled by Martinez. That's going to be a corner, that. Cucurella complaining, but the referee's saying I play the advantage.
Yeah, and he did well to play the advantage, but now he should do something about the free kick. He's got to have a word. Ball moves left to right, doesn't it? I think he just moves left to right in the last minute, gives him a little bit of a wee problem.
Knuckle-balled it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's safe and sorry.
Game in the balance.
Getting back to that, Sam, I think the referee's well within his rights to play a good advantage, but he has to have a word with the defender after it.
Certainly his words were reserved for Cucurella, who was protesting too vociferously for his liking. It's a low one into the near post, which was well defended. Porro's got it back. Lamine Yamal. That cross is a bit better. Flicked away and behind. Paredes got the final touch.
Yeah, good positioning. Defenders, you don't know where the ball's going to go. You're going to pick areas up as well as men, and sometimes you're better off just taking an area. They will spread across the 6-yard box than the Argentinians. Good ball in though. Pace on it.
More pace on that, flapped up by Emi Martinez. Olmo trying to wrestle with it. And Romero will take it away. Argentina still yet to have an attempt of any type. Any type at all. 65 minutes into the game. And Spain just starting to up the ante. taken down by Pedri, one of the new chess pieces that have been introduced into this tactical game that is tense and tight and awaiting its opening. Baena. It's a deep cross which Tagliafico takes no chances with.
Martinez was shouting it as loud as he could to let it go. It was going out of play. No one behind him. Just watch the goalkeeper here. Let it go. Yeah. Sometimes you just don't trust them, goalkeepers.
Again with Pedri coming on and Torres, it's very much like for like, no change in shape.
Yamal's cross again towards the near post. And there was a little bit of a bundle in the centre. Pedri is back to his feet now. Yamal trying to keep it in, just about does that. Torres got up highest, and Yamal really stretched to make sure he kept that in play. His cross was pinpoint, and that was a good Spanish chance.
First of all, that's brilliant from Yamal. Could have taken the corner, didn't. He's got to get up, which he does, Ferran Torres, but he's got to put it either side. He's either got to keep it going the way it is to the far post or down towards the near post. Big chance.
And big problem here. Looks as if there is an injury. And as a result of that, the referee, whilst treatment is administered, will give the hydration break. And then when you look at the first part of this second period, what is your assessment of the way that the two teams have gone about it? It feels like the momentum is with Spain, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Argentina are down and out.
No, it's not changed. Nothing. They made a few substitutions, still got control, the Spanish, but you can, if you close your eyes now when it's the end of the game, what's the score? You would not be surprised if it was 1-0 to Spain or 1-0 to Argentina. They are capable, as we know, of staying in games right to the end and nicking it.
You just feel like Lamar is just starting to do a couple of bits. Seen a couple of really good crosses. You know, he seems to be getting into the game a little bit, and I think they've got to do something quickly before Messi does wake up.
Is that Romero going off? And
it looked like Romero was going off.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And Romero and Rodrigo de Paul, they've lost both the centre-halves now. Obviously Romero and Lisandro Martinez, which obviously is a big blow.
Simeone Jr.'s coming on. Medina is coming on for Romero, as you say. Both first-choice centre-halves are off. Let's go back to Sam.
Well, that is another interesting change because it means that Molina's probably going to have to go into the middle of the defence, which is not ideal. See how things shuffle around. Maybe it's Tagliafico that goes in there. We'll see what happens. Paredes is being spoken to by Molina. Medina goes in alongside Nicolas Otamendi is the two centre-halves. Left back from Marseille. He can cover in positions across the back line, but it's definitely not an ideal situation for Argentina to use so many substitutes before we've even got to the 75th minute, gents.
Absolutely. As far as personnel going off and coming on, the way they play won't change. It'll be just dogged right to the end. And as I said, if it went to extra time and penalties, you wouldn't be surprised or they nipped it. You just want this Spanish side to carry on with the impetus they've got, because they're starting, as Ian said, they're starting just to create a few little opportunities here and there.
Simeone on as well. He will run around, scrap out over on this right-hand side and end up in a little bit of a duel with Cucurella, I would ascertain. Ali McCoist.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. But you're spot on in terms of the substitutions. You can understand why they're making them. You know, with 20 minutes to go, potential of extra time, and I know they're allowed another one, but you'd have to suggest it's not an ideal situation for them.
Romero coming off early in the game. Lisandro Martinez coming up before half-time. Certainly not ideal. Especially now they've got a 38-year-old centre-half playing in Portugal, and Medina, who's normally a left-back, playing alongside him. This is Tagliafico, though, at the other end, and an opportunity for Argentina, and those have been few and far between. McAllister.
Even that break there, Ali.
Yeah.
He's ahead of everybody and he just slows it down and brings it all the way back to the halfway line again.
Messi speeds it up again. Chance for Simeone to get the cross in. Not accurate enough, and that means that Spain now have a counter-attacking opportunity. Olmo waiting in the centre. Baena chips back in.
Really slack there from Simeone, wasn't he?
It's a little bit like that against England, wasn't it, before he ended up getting hooked. Yamal and Tagliafico.
He's done well, that. Fall back.
It's been a good duel. Alvarez.
Ali, I was just thinking, could you get any more different than the third-place playoff game yesterday? Today?
No.
You two recovered from that, by the way.
That was unbelievable, wasn't it?
I believe what I was watching. So much fun to watch.
It has been a wide and varied tournament, hasn't it? None of the games here have ended without drama. 7 World Cup matches here in New Jersey. Goals in every one of them. Brazil held by Morocco. Germany beaten by Ecuador. France scoring twice here. Erling Haaland scored 2 late goals that knocked Brazil out in the last 16. We're waiting for someone to step up and dazzle the 80,000 that are crammed into this stadium. At the moment, most of the supporters are feeling nervous more than anything else. You'd be more nervous if you saw that the next Spanish substitute was that fella. Nico Williams and Mikel Merino, 2 players that can really settle things. And anyone who's watched some of this tournament so far knows that when Mikel Merino comes on, that usually means late drama. The late specialist, the 119th minute goal that beat Germany at Euro 2024. We were there that day. He scored against Portugal in the 91st minute. He always seems to come up with a moment when Spain need it. Maybe this is another one of those.
Well, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because you've got to say, Argentinian substitutions, many of them kind of forced upon them. Whereas De La Fuente's, in my mind, going to go and try and win the game, isn't he?
Yeah. Certainly with those two coming onto the pitch.
Certainly livened Molina up at right back for sure. Williams coming on.
80,663 in attendance at the New York, New Jersey Stadium on the banks of the Hudson River. This is Marino. Just float, join, and then arrive late in the box and wait for a delivery, possibly from Williams, who's found Pedri. A little bit of space for Pedri, gets away from his marker, pulled a shot out of the bag but couldn't really test Emi Martinez, and maybe that was down to the little push he got in the back.
No doubt, that's exactly what it was down to. Gives you a little bit of space here, there's a wee shove there, he just can't get enough balance.
Got it back again, Spain. A little bit casual from Argentina. On the ropes a bit here. Yamal onto Ferran Torres. Back out to Lamine Yamal. A little body swerve, a chop back, and away by Medina.
Brilliant from Medina, brilliant. He looks at Yamal going behind and runs out 2 or 3 yards. He knows that's where the cutback's going.
Kubasi from distance. Again, the goalkeeper's not clean with his save.
Looked like he went out and play, surely, no?
Williams keeping it in and then winning the corner.
Yeah, that was an awkward save from Martinez. I don't know, the ball moved a lot. He seemed to make a meal of it, but it's a decent strike. I'll tell you what, he's nearly dived past that alley, hasn't he? Watch his dive here. He's going the wrong way. He's almost dived past the ball.
It's not the first time either.
The Argentine fans trying to raise the volume as their teams sit back and get pushed into their own penalty area. Williams into the near post and McAllister heads it away. I wonder whether or not there was pushing before the ball came in, so we'll have a retaken corner kick here. Another opportunity for Williams. It's a good delivery as well, and Pedri and Kubasi both went up for it. Kubasi flew towards the ball. Does feel a little bit like the England-Argentina game, where very late in the match England were very much on the back foot, and Argentina certainly are now.
Yeah, but the only thing I would suggest a big difference is Argentina, in my opinion, at this moment in time, look a lot more comfortable than England did. But Spain have totally, for me, dominated this second half.
Ten attempts and 7 corners for Spain so far in the game. No attempts on goal at all for Argentina. And just the 1 corner in the match for Lionel Messi and his team. Lots of changes. Momentum with Spain, but the scoreboard still says level.
What it doesn't say is that Messi hasn't had a chance yet.
This was the scene of one of his worst days when they lost in the Copa America final. Afterwards, he was so disillusioned, he decided to retire for a little while from international duty. Absolutely delighted that he changed his mind on that. The door is still open to a second World Cup, but they've got to see out another Spanish onslaught here as the ball goes in and is flicked behind by Tagliafico, and it's another corner.
I think what you sometimes forget, and I'm a big fan of Messi, don't get me wrong, but you do play with 10 men without the ball, because he literally doesn't do anything to help his team out. So you play it, that's how good they are without the ball, with closing space down and everything. Not the prettiest to look at, but 10 men for most games is hard work.
It's one of the reasons why Rodrigo de Paul barely plays 90. Here is Williams round the back, played in by Pedri, and the header on goal is by Aymeric Laporte. And Emi Martinez is grateful to see it go straight at him again.
That's about the third time they've got in exactly in that same position. In behind the left back and the left centre back, Spain.
Put good balls in the box as well, haven't they? Just sometimes you hit that first defender from that position, but this is just clever. Cucurella just stops. Not so clever. But that's the lift. And to be fair, you have to say Medina did well because he gets enough into the body to put him off.
Yamal hands it off quickly. Marino brings it infield to Rodri. Space out wide for Pedro Porro. This is Williams. Pedri. Marino's touch has let him down at the vital moment, and before Enzo Fernandez could escape, Rodri steps across his path. Enzo Fernandez not happy, he's complaining, he's going to find himself in the book. He's scored some important goals in this run.
Well, it wasn't a foul.
It's never a foul, was
it?
It
showed dissent, so it's only going in one place.
You can't have too many complaints. Scored a header against Egypt, and he scored that goal against England, which turned the tide completely in Argentina's favour. Sometimes his discipline does let him down a little bit, and that was one of those occasions.
Well, we're going to be honest about the whole thing here. The fact of the matter is, there's only one team trying to win the game. Not necessarily say they're going to achieve it, but there's only one team right now attempting to win this game.
And the one thing you would say about Spain, for all the possession that they have had and the control that they do have in lots of matches, scoring multiple goals or scoring goals in tight matches has haunted them before. They were 0-0 with Cape Verde, remember. Needed a tight late goal to beat Portugal. Williams trying to get round Molina. Goes to ground, wants a free kick, which is not coming his way. Now Messi swivels. Molina goes on the hunt, but that's going to be mopped up rather easily by Aymeric Laporte.
Well, that was a terrific ball from the goalkeeper as well, you know.
Enzo Fernandez standing in the way of the quickly taken free kick moments after being booked.
He's lucky, you know, because I think Rodri was standing, or Moreno was standing next to him, and he kind of used him as a shield and pushed him in front of the ball.
Here, that fella that we just saw was an expert on disciplinary matters. Ferran Torres. It's blocked by Medina. They knocked on the door. And it is a door that Argentina are keeping slam shut at present. You may be recalling the final of the European Championships 2 years ago, where Spain came up with a very late goal to win it in Berlin. Can they do that here in New Jersey? Williams should have put the cross in.
Just cross it with your right foot. It's a perfect angle for him.
Been a frustrating evening so far, hasn't it? The last time we had a 0-0 in a World Cup final was that 1994, Brazil against Italy, all the way to penalties.
It was in this country, wasn't it?
It was. The Rose Bowl, Pasadena. Lamine Yamal. Back to Rodri. Marino. Ferran Torres on the turn. Didn't get enough purchase on his effort as it dropped over his shoulder.
Ali, how can he shoot there?
No,
Get that on
the
target?
angles,
That's
no.
what I mean,
No,
yeah.
his movement's excellent, but his angles, he's never getting that across. Although we saw Mbappe score one more pass, I think it's on Dembele, but he's getting away from a goal. It's almost impossible to swivel on that and hit it across yourself. But his movement's excellent.
They haven't done that enough, Spain. That little run they've got in 2 or 3 times. Olmo got in on that occasion. Torres.
Well, we are 3 minutes away, plus stoppage time, from extra time in the World Cup final.
There's no more shows, no?
I don't think there's a half-time and extra time show, as far as I've been told. If there was, I'm sure it would be dazzling.
Come on, bit of magic from somebody.
Williams stops and hesitates and allows the ball to run out to this near side. Cucurella.
Go on. Ferran Torres.
Ooh. Rodri. Argentina have had experience of extra time, but their limbs are aching. They've had to make all 5 of their changes early in this match. It's Pedri looking for the ball from Kubasi. Into, instead, Marino. Comes back to Porro. Yamal. Marino outside him. He's wandering into traffic. Now Rodri. Williams. Immediately doubled up on.
Ferran Torres, though.
They look tired, don't they? This is what they do.
Yeah. Surprised they're tired. The amount of minutes they've all had to play. They've played over an hour more than Spain over the course of the tournament. This is Rodri. Too much room for him. He rushed his effort when he had space.
Just look how much space he's got, Ali. Huge amount to run into. He looked tired then, hitting that.
His movement's good, he just goes forward into that space.
Oh.
His first touch isn't great. If he gets it out his feet, he can move on to it and hit it.
It's an indication of how much the Argentines have tired, that they afforded him that much room. He could have kept running. Yeah, they're slightly concerned, I think. Williams. Dispossessed. But where there is Messi, there is hope for Argentina. Years ago, that collection of Spanish superstars, Iniesta, Hernandez, Xavi Hernandez, Carlos Puyol, Iker Casillas, Sergio Ramos, lifted this trophy for the first time. They're big favourites to do so again. But if they're going to do it, it's starting to feel like it's going to be extra time. Messi. And he's blocked off by Aymeric Laporte. The referee gets it in the midriff. And the yellow card's going to come out for Laporte. Messi is still down.
Stands his ground here, doesn't he? Just blocks him. Yeah.
He doesn't have to get out of his way. He doesn't have to get out of his way. He can just stand there. I don't think that's foul, to be honest with you. He's far enough away to hold his ground and just say, "You run round me."
He's not obliged to move.
Well, he's not going to block him, that's for sure. He threatened to and then didn't. And now Argentina have the chance to cultivate a chance. Remember, they haven't had a shot yet, and no team has ever been in a situation where they've not had a shot in a World Cup final. They might only need one shot. Simeone. Messi. Fernandez. Messi trying to dance to the edge of the box. Rodri intervenes. Back they come. Paredes sends it forward to Alvarez. An opportunity to get it into the near post, and it's an opportunity that Simeone fluffs.
He's got to look up and see no one in the 6-yard box and pull it back. Here
Mistake has cost them dearly. It might be really costly because Williams is powering away. He's going to shoot. And Emi Martinez once again manages to parry. Fernandez going forward. He's really gone raking straight into Kubasi. It's a second yellow card, and he is going to be sent off in the World Cup final. Enzo Fernandez dismissed. Charging into Pau Kubasi. He got a yellow card for dissent, and his second yellow card means that Argentina might have to play the whole of extra time with only 10.
Well, he got there as quick as he could. It just wasn't quick enough. Well, if you're on a yellow.
Oh, exactly. If you're on a yellow, why are you going for it?
Exactly. Just stay in front of him.
I mean, baffles me. Absolutely baffles me.
Let's speak to Christina Unkel. There's a bit of sorting out to do here because Argentina are losing their heads.
And just a reminder, this is a new expansion of the VAR protocols that all second yellow cards that lead to a red can be reviewed by VAR, which VAR is checking this. However, this is a very clear and obvious yellow card that should be issued. And a reminder also, first yellow cards are not reviewed under the VAR protocol. So the second yellow card, red card, will remain on this decision.
I think it's a pretty clear decision, and it is the 15th red card of the World Cup so far, and Slavko Vincic is explaining that there will be no way back for Enzo Fernandez.
He needs to get himself off the pitch because there's no way he's staying on. I mean, it's just, you've got 2 minutes left of the game and you go into a challenge like that when you know your team's got another 30 minutes. An absolute ridiculous challenge.
Well, if they were playing with 10 men when they didn't have the ball beforehand, it's going to get a lot harder for them now.
It's going to be unbelievable now.
They just Messi's going on away saying something to Messi.
Yeah, well, he says he covered his mouth, and you know that's part of the new protocol, isn't it? If he did that and it's been spotted by the VAR, if you cover your mouth and say something in an aggressive manner, you can be red carded.
Well, it certainly did not look aggressive.
Messi was reporting it as such, I think. Maybe that was a bit of straw clutching.
I have to say that the game has gone when you start getting bookings and sending off for putting. I mean, you shouldn't be putting your hand up anyway. You shouldn't be such a baby to actually try and get someone sent off. I mean, it's ridiculous. Come on.
Well, Enzo Fernandez legitimately, I think, sent off. Cucurella is still on the pitch, despite the reports. And just Christina Unkel, our rules analyst, our referee analyst, telling us that she doesn't think that there was anything in that either. But it has mean we've had an extended end to the game. Can Spain capitalise? Lamine Yamal. run into traffic once again, and he hasn't really been able to find the room. Here is Cucurella, and Ferran Torres has been fouled, and that's Paredes who's gone wiring in. He too is on a yellow card.
That might be after that challenge, honestly. Back to goal. Look.
Oh. Well, 1990, you'll remember, against Germany, they had 2 men sent off at Italia 90. I mean, quite legitimately, that could be a second yellow card, boys, couldn't it?
Yeah, of course it
definitely. It's a second yellow based on the protocols and what the referee's been given. And this is dangerous as well. This could be the game right here.
Some might have said that over the course of the tournament, Argentina have been a little bit fortunate with some decisions. And that might be another one. Because really and truly, they probably should be down to 9 players. He had a warning as well, if I'm not mistaken, for the foul on Pedro Porro shortly after he was initially booked.
You know, I don't get it. He's just saw his mate got a second yellow on the red for a ridiculous, stupid challenge after being booked, and then he does the exact same himself.
Well, he was only 19 at the beginning of the week, Lamine Yamal. But he has the opportunity here to put the World Cup final to bed in stoppage time. Pedro Porro stands over it too. A very good set-piece deliverer. But all eyes are on Yamal as we tick into the 8th minute of added time at the end of the World Cup final, one that has been largely short on goal-mouth incident. Porro and Yamal standing over it. Maybe a last chance for victory before the end of normal time. Frustration in the stands. Spain want to get on with it. Yamal steps up, sends it towards the far corner, and it's only the fingertips of Emi Martinez that stops Spain from winning the World Cup right now.
I think it's an easy save for him. He's got to make it. It's the goalkeeper's side. It's decent. If he lets that in, he shouldn't be playing in the World Cup final.
Back to Williams, in towards Kubasi. And that is the end of the 90 minutes. And despite all of the entertainment, there's still no goals. Lots to debate. Back in just a tick. 0-0 at full time.
She's struggling to find the C chord. Can she slide back into position? She can with Gemini. Just listen to that.
In a World Cup final, do you know what I mean?
then
Like
forget all
sort
about
of
him.
quite a forgettable guy.
Yeah, I agree.
Really?
Yeah, you remember Mario Götze?
I really do.
Mario
though.
Götze's not forgettable.
I wouldn't call him forgettable.
I would say he's
I think if you
somewhat...
score the winner in a World Cup final,
Yeah,
that makes
surely.
you not forgettable.
No, but you remembered for that moment, but otherwise, if Mario Götze hadn't scored the winner in the World Cup final, he would be a forgettable player.
No, I think he
I
was
don't know
at
about
the
that.
Champions League final when he was sat watching the side that he was technically.
You live in
Styles
Germany.
yeah.
I don't think you're a good...
But it was at Wembley.
No,
I don't
no.
live in Germany, and I still remember.
Yeah, but you're a professional football journalist. You also
Very
don't
kind of
count.
you to say.
I'm
Go
talking
to
for
chat.
the people here.
Go to the chat.
Yeah, yeah.
All
Add a
right,
new
chat.
poll,
Do you
producer
remember
Dom.
Mario Götze?
No, not do you remember?
Let's do a poll.
If he
Who
hadn't-
remembers Mario
If
Götze?
he hadn't scored
World
the
Cup
World Cup final
winner,
would he be a memorable player? That was the
He was
question.
one of the like hottest properties.
Yeah, for 2
of the young
years.
Players. Yeah, but like
only
people
2
don't-
years.
I feel sorry for him. I'm not trying to get at
Wait, you feel sorry
Mario
for
Götze. Yeah,
You feel sorry for a man who scored the winner in a World Cup final?
I think he
you
hoped.
need to consider your priorities here, Joe.
I'm getting attacked in all different
No,
numbers
actually,
ways.
do you know, Joe? There's an interesting thing that Moose always talks about with that goal, though, where
The World Cup final goal.
yeah, where you kind of can see Götze realizing what he's done.
Yeah.
And it's almost like too big a thing. I mean, a lot of players kind of are just like, oh, what am I going to do now?
It's a Tifo video on that, just to chuck it in there. Another little bit of promo.
What do you mean?
One of my first scripts. What happened to Mario Götze?
Oh, great. He just got overwhelmed by having done too good a thing.
It's been
What, are you talking about my script? Or?
Argentina defending so well, though. Look, at every time there's a little pass on, someone else reads where the ball's going to go.
3 players on your mark there as well.
They're doing so well to block it out. Like, you see, there's often times when they're running through and then someone just steps across so the pass can't be made. So that it just slows it down a little bit.
I would say, do you think they can sustain it? But it's the 88th minute in this heat. Like, to keep that up is so impressive.
Yeah, they can.
Well,
they can.
Possibly another 30 minutes coming, right?
Yeah.
Sadly, Kate's prophecy hasn't played out the way we hoped.
Yeah.
Kate's prophecy.
Why does she said it in a sort of prophesorial way. You know?
Yeah.
In the 84th minute, there will be.
Yeah.
I have seen it. Hit it!
Oh, no, I don't mind it. Don't mind it.
That felt lawful.
It felt lawful. And also, if it had bounced off Emi Martinez, Mikel Merino would have gobbled it up.
Yeah.
Gobble.
He was in quite a lot of space, though, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think there were maybe 2 passes on here as well.
What change do you make if you're De La Fuente now? What like if the game's going to be like this?
I think you just keep going, and they've got total control. I think you don't have to change anything.
Going.
Just like beware of them, like trying to get you in the break. Keep doing exactly the same thing. It will come. That's what you say, and then if it doesn't, then that's just the universe.
He's kind of played his cards now as well, hasn't he? In terms of the big subs that he had.
Oh no! Okay.
Like,
I was for a moment. I just thought, oh no, there's going to be a goal. Argentina are going to score.
So he made all of his subs by the 70th minute.
Xavi looks how
I think a couple of them were too with injuries. Obviously, Martinez.
Yeah.
My assumption is Romero must have been injured.
Sure.
He's gone off in a lot of games. He's been carrying out injury.
He was coming into the tournament injured, wasn't he?
What do we got? Let's see. 4 minutes.
Blimey, okay.
That's almost impossible.
So
3 minutes.
There was only 1 minute of stoppage.
Plus,
who just suplexed who there? I'm not sure who's that's foul to.
we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's a
7
record.
subs,
Yeah.
There have been 7 subs,
plus a hydration break.
which you normally add 30 seconds per substitution,
Yeah,
not individual substitution, but like grouping of them.
So if there were, wait, so are you saying there were 7 subs in the second half?
Yeah.
Yeah. In 4 windows.
So in 4 windows,
yeah.
that would be
I've got
2
about
2
minutes.
minutes, yeah.
Plus there was the stoppage for all of the different yellow cards that we've seen.
Hydration break.
I was like,
The
God,
parade
And the hydration break is 3 minutes.
Yeah.
4 seems light, doesn't it?
Does seem low.
Particularly when you really don't want it to go to extra time.
Were any made on the hydration break?
Oh.
Were any subs made on the hydration break?
It's possible, yeah.
Messi's got wiped out there.
Ah, the referee says no.
2 of the subs were in the hydration break, apparently, someone said in the chat.
Let's watch the replay of this again.
It's a stupid
He's
foul.
just literally... No,
It's a
sorry,
really
is that a foul?
stupid foul from Laporte.
I mean,
I guess so. He just runs right into him, though.
He makes no effort to get out of the way.
But is it his responsibility to get out
I
of the
think
way?
in
of
that
those
instance-
Undeniable
it
ones,
is.
isn't it?
Kubasi. Out wide to Lamine Yamal. Maybe he can produce that moment that gets everybody off their seats. Pedro Porro. Tagliafico looking for an escape route and then running straight into Pedro Porro and leaving his mark too.
2 banks of 4 you're talking about, Ali. They're not even going to come out and press from there. They're just going to squeeze that line as tight as they can. And then just say, you know what, get the ball wide.
I don't know. Do you know what? I think if that's not Messi, I don't think they win that free kick.
That's a foul, Joe.
What are you talking
know
about?
that Spain's history with
I don't think
shootouts
that's
is
a
not
free
great,
kick.
and theirs is
No,
pretty damn good.
He's like a metre away
Maybe
from
that's what
him.
they're thinking about.
He's not trying to run back to defend his goal. He's just trying to stop Messi.
Yeah, he's just trying to block him.
He doesn't move.
But he doesn't.
Argentina's won 6 of their 7 World Cup
running that
shootouts.
Okay, do you want a sample of the chat? We've got
He should have moved.
not
the
foul,
final and the
dive.
final last time
It's
they won the
offensive
World
foul
Cup.
charge. That's a foul, not a foul, not a foul, not a foul.
Oh, well.
He should have looked like he was.
Oh, that's
Spain
pretty
have lost
foul.
4 of their 5
Well
at
cleaned up
World
there.
Cup, which is why it's imperative,
There's
and the
Messi,
onus
he's
is
got
on
space.
them
Oh,
to
he
go and
didn't
try
see
and
it.
win the game in this period of extra
He
time.
didn't see it. Messi, the first time ever, had space in the D.
He didn't see it.
That was it, yeah.
So that still doesn't count as a shot, right? Oh! Through!
Williams is in.
Come on, Williams.
Yamal, so much
time for the back post. You've got to play that. You can't shoot.
Williams makes a run, comes back to Lamine Yamal, was stretching, couldn't reach it.
That's outrageous.
What's happened there?
Oh, bloody hell.
Wow.
My God.
Goodness.
Pedri. A clip towards Williams. It's saved by Emi Martinez.
He looks a mile offside, but no flag from the linesman at all. You have to say, when he gets in there, he should score.
It might have been tighter because he does come blindside, doesn't he?
He's got to score, Ali, hasn't he? Oh, yeah. He got a head on it now. Take a flick off the defender on the way through.
Maybe.
Argentina down to 10 players after Enzo Fernandez sent off towards the end of normal time, but they have lived out extra time before.
Well, it didn't come off anybody. He had a chance. He slowed his run down. He needs to speed it up.
Again, it's a comfortable save, isn't it?
He's had his problems over the course of the tournament. He picked up an adductor issue which cost him a place in the team against Austria and Portugal. He was injured before the tournament as well, not fully fit. But look at those statistics, gents. I mean, look, there's a stark difference, isn't there? I mean, that is the most one-sided set of statistics I've seen at the whole World Cup, I think.
Yeah, he's made 11 saves, hasn't he? Martinez.
Place in the team against Austria and Portugal. Spain did win.
It is definitely
in extra time against the Netherlands in 2010. A stark difference there. I mean, that is the most.
I think it's definitely a second yellow card. If it wasn't for
absolutely nowhere to
the previous yellow, he got for dissent. It would have just been yellow, not red. Or he had to give it. But they've been riding there a lot, Argentina. They've been riding there a lot, so much, but finally they get their match.
Out of them 11 saves, Ali, there's not one that you've gone, oh, absolute worldie, is there? They've all been comfortable for him.
But that backflip,
Williams trying to get beyond Simeone, who's chasing and harassing, and the ball has run into the Spanish half, but he wasn't going any further on his chase. Son of Diego Simeone.
That's not been great, has it? Let's be honest.
Probably looking to get
Probably enough to send him.
Did you see Messi trying to get Cucurella send off?
The rest of it's been great over the course of the 5 weeks. Porro looking for Marino to try and turn. It's run loose.
You've done it. Yeah, I've done it. Oh, is it offside?
He's given it against Marino, hasn't he?
Checking it.
Straight onto it, the referee.
Yeah, checking it. Yeah, checking it.
Oh, Williams' heart was beaten out of his chest. He thought he'd done enough to win the World Cup, and then the whistle blew.
It looks like a goal. They're saying it's a foul. Why is a foul? No way that they'll give that a foul.
See it from that angle here. Something happened before that replay.
Goalkeeper is down as well, and the suggestion is that there was something on him. Christina Unkel has had a look through with the replays. Is there any suggestion here that this goal might eventually be given?
Is that a foul, mate?
There is some potential evidence that the goal might be given. We're taking a look back and forth at the different angles to see if there's an actual foul that occurred in the attacking phase of play. There might be one angle at the half that justifies and supports the referee's on-field decision of a foul coming out. If his foot is stepped on, then yes, the referee's decision will stand. If there is zero contact shown by the video evidence, then that could be overturned and the goal might be given.
He does stand on his foot, but there is evidence to suggest he stands on his foot. Well, that's enough for, I mean,
there might be one
shaking.
angle at the half that justifies
Yes, I'm
just
shaking.
say what I saw, Ali.
Yes.
Don't Shoot the message, yeah.
Verdict then, gentlemen.
Well, I think Lee's called it right. I think he stood on his left foot completely accidentally.
But not enough to overturn the goal.
Well, I don't think they'll give a goal.
No.
But I'd be giving a goal.
Well, unfortunately, I think the Spanish fans who are waiting nervously, hoping that VAR comes to their rescues, are going to be disappointed. A reverse angle suggesting that there was a step by Marino onto the foot of the defender, and that means that the goal will be ruled out for the foul that was called by the referee. And the benches aren't happy, and there is going to be a couple of changes here, I think, for Spain. And is it going to be a change of goalkeeper? Surely not.
It looks like he's going to take the free kick now, but there's certainly a...
Well, he's out, isn't he? He's
Rodri's coming off.
Of
Why is he taking Rodri off?
Kit. He's been told to sit back down now. Zubamendi's coming on. Eric Garcia coming on too. It's Emerick Laporte who came off. And Rodri has come off as well, which is a surprise.
He's taking Rodri off. That's
I
a
saw towards the end of that 90 minutes though, Ali, he was starting to tire.
Yeah, I think
that's a weird change.
And I said that
You've got to keep him on Messi.
they won't have anything to do, I wouldn't imagine, defensively for the foreseeable future. So pretty comfortable in the changes they've made.
Williams guiding it back to Pedri. Of course, Zubamendi came off the bench during the Euro 2024 final at half-time. Every touch of an Argentine boot now cheered. It's a war of attrition. Can Spain break down this deep Argentine defence? Can they find a crack in it? Pedri towards Marino. And now Messi looking to escape, tries to float the ball in from distance, but has committed a foul.
Yeah, that's the foot on top. You just see it. Can you see it there? There it is.
Yeah.
There. When he stands up, I mean, makes the most of it.
Oh,
you would do. You would do. You're down to 10 men.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's any doubt he catches. I'm maybe softening on the free kick a wee bit.
Cucurella out to Williams, who thought he'd stolen the lead. Zubamendi to Pedri. Pedro Porro. A lovely bending cross, and Williams was getting towards it, but it's flicked away by Molina.
Getting too deep. Yeah. Argentinians, those balls that come in towards the goal, they've got to hold a line. You've got to be brave. You drop in there. Danger.
Pedri. This is Pau Kubasi. He's had one effort from distance. Out it goes again. Lamine Yamal. Pedro Porro. Kubasi to Lamine Yamal. I mean, it's absolutely nowhere near the goal. And unfortunately for Spain, they haven't really got near enough to it throughout the course of the evening, and when they have, Emi Martinez has made saves, but most of them have been, as you've already mentioned, routine. On comes the new Tottenham centre-back, Senesi, now, to add to the defensive battalion. But who goes off? Julian Alvarez.
You've got to think about penalty takers as well. The thing is with that line I was talking about, Sam, is if you get midfield players dropping into that back four, they're the ones who get a little bit scared when the ball's coming in. They drop back to the keeper and play everyone on side.
Messi claiming he was whacked in the back of the head by Eric Garcia. Pedro Porro. Let's have a look at that shot that you can see there. How many Argentinian players can you see?
Every one of them apart from one.
Williams in towards Marino. So often that ends up in the back of the net.
That's what I'm on about, Sam. Watch how deep they are here. Watch where the header comes in. You've got to hold a line. You've got to just hold your line now. As soon as he gets ready to cross, hold your line. They run offside, but you don't. If you run in there with your keeper's got no chance, you've got no chance. Inches away.
Well, Argentina beat Cape Verde in extra time. They beat Switzerland in extra time. They have played over an hour more than Spain have over the course of the campaign. They have been down to 10 players since the end of 90. And Lionel Messi rarely moves from his position that he's in right now on the halfway line. They are going to have to really dig in. And Spain have got to do a little bit more. Pedri. Williams. Trying to twist away from Molina. Williams trying to bang one from distance. Paredes was there. Now they get it to Messi. And a chance to get the better of Kubasi. Flicks it out towards Simeone. And Cucurella just leans into him. The referee is having none of the protests that are coming his way from the Argentines. And the ball's now been switched to Yamal. Couldn't keep it in. Couldn't keep it under control. And it's all gone off on the touchline. Scaloni has gone sprinting down the touchline. Yellow card for him. Backroom staff spilling onto the pitch.
You know, Simeone just waits for him, doesn't he? Just waits, leans into him. Yeah. I mean, you have to say, he's clever. It's a foul. That's a foul for me. You've got to know where players are on the pitch. He runs into the back of him. Yes, he stands in his way. And that was just a bit of afters. All the dark arts are coming out now, Ali.
He's actually played him well up until this point. He really has.
Yellow card for Scaloni. All Argentina want now are stoppages, niggles, a bit of theatre, trying to drag Spain down into the trenches with them. It's certainly not pretty, but it is working in Argentina's favour at the moment. 3 minutes of added time at the end of the first half of extra time. And you have to give credit to the Argentinians for the way that they work.
It's not great to watch, is it? But yeah, we'll give him a bit of credit.
I think agony is the word you're looking for.
Here is Ferran Torres. Felt he was fouled by Tagliafico. You're not going to get anything for 3. Pushed forward by Zubamendi. Messi. Paredes. Questions about whether he should even be on the pitch. Marino keeps it moving. There's a wild swipe there. A little nudge off the ball by Simeone. Garcia tries to take the ball off of Messi. There's space out wide on the left. Medina charging forward. Pedro Porro comes out and puts it out on this near side. Well, they're inching closer. They believe, they hope. They're happy for it to be a scrap. A scrap suits them just fine. Ferran Torres involved there with an off-the-ball incident. Tagliafico slowly getting back to his feet.
It's one of those pushes when they just, yeah, there you go, just leans. I mean, what's going on? Ali, what's going on?
I've got no idea. Come on.
So many wonderful games of football at this tournament. 307 goals in the 104 matches we've had in total now. This one isn't finished yet, but we've gone past the 90-minute mark. We've gone past the 105-minute mark. We're 30 seconds away from half-time and extra time. This has not been characteristic of the rest of the tournament. It just kept us on the edge of our seats for most of the last 39 days. Well, it's been a wild ride up until now, but unless we get a goal in the next 15 minutes, it's going to be a World Cup final decided on penalties. Here's Mark Pugac and the lads back in the studio.
Well, we did say that Marino was likely to drift into those sorts of areas, but he's missed that one in quickly. He would have been begging for that.
Yeah, he's made a good run off of the back of the defender. I thought that was it once he got in there, Poogs, and he knows it himself. I think he could have done even better with that. Even the one what I think Williams had earlier on, I'm not sure if that was offside as well, but that was a really good opportunity for him.
Let's see the ball in the net and the fact that it was ruled out, and just see exactly what happened here. Gary, what are your thoughts on what happened here?
Oh, it's so soft. I mean, I don't think there's anything in that at all. The referee
gives it on pitch.
He's
Roy,
all over
he
the referee. He's straight in there. I don't know whether he's...
I think they're saying there, it's like meant to be that.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
No,
it's disallowed a World Cup final goal, Roy. What do you think? Soft.
Yes, soft.
They do get them. Argentina, they do get them.
There's been a lot of talk about Argentina getting the benefit of lots of decisions, and they've got the benefit of that decision there. Definitely.
They've had the benefit of quite a few today, let's be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of fouls. Obviously, they've had to send it off, but certainly other players have got away with a lot. Have given lots of fouls. We're persistent fouling. We know that's what they do, and that's what they're good at. And in a sense, you have to admire them. And we also have to be critical of Spain now, because they've got the man advantage. They're dominating the game. But the game is about putting the ball in the back of the net. They've not been good enough in that area.
They haven't looked dangerous enough, Spain, even with the extra man, have they?
No, but saying that, Poogs, you know, people say about Spain and that focal point and that striker. If they had that striker, there's a couple of opportunities. Of course they would have, but that's not how they play. But they've made enough opportunities where they should have put one of them away at least. That header there from Mikel Marino was a great opportunity.
They still have not had a shot, Argentina. Well, you still wonder, Gary, what they've got up their sleeve.
He's starting to smirk the more this game goes on. If you look at the both sets of fans, they tell the story. The Argentina fans are singing, they're roaring. The Spain fans have got their hands on there because they can't believe that they're still level. They've got 15 minutes. Look, he'll want another chance because he'll rue that one.
In the World Cup 4 years ago, Spain went out on penalties to Morocco. They didn't even score a single penalty. They're not absolutely brilliant at penalties, Spain. So they know with the extra man they have to make it count. Otherwise, those fans will feel there's just something written in the stars about the way this game is going. Magnifico, it is down on the ground.
We're going to see it all now, I think, Poogs. We're going to see it all from them now.
We're going to see more people on the ground than we are playing.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's not about focusing on Argentina, it's also focusing on Spain, what they have to do. They're the better team, technically the better team. They've got the man advantage. The onus is on them to go and get a winning goal.
Paredes could have been sent off 4 times.
Let's go back to Sam.
Problems doing the rounds for some of the Argentine players. You can see Simeone feeling something at the back of his left calf, I think, and Tagliafico was down during the break for half-time. He's got into a back three with Senesi and Otamendi now. Left fullback over on the far side is Medina, right fullback Molina. Cross in from Pedro Porro. Williams trying to get free, might come back, it's smashed into the net. Ferran Torres with the perfect start to the second half of extra time. The team that have won the Nations League, the team that have won the European Championship, are now in a brilliant position to scoop the biggest prize of the lot. Ferran Torres for Spain in extra time before Argentina have even managed to get into their stride. First bit of potency that they've shown afternoon, and it could be for Spain the biggest goal in the world. Spain won, Argentina 0.
Well, 39 seconds after the kick-off, they'll be kicking themselves. They've kicked everybody else in this game, but they'll be kicking themselves. Concentration, 5 at the back. We've seen it with England, sometimes puts you in a false sense of security. Williams at the back post does brilliantly well just to keep it in play. Eye on the ball. Left foot laces through it. And you have to say, it's what the Spanish deserve. They deserve to be in the lead. The anti-football that Argentina have played, it's cost them.
And the beauty of it is, it's probably the most un-Spanish goal that you'll see in a long time. Ball to the back post, header back from Williams, who does well against the full-back. You've got to mention the finish. The finish isn't with the instep, where he can lose control of it. It's more side foot, front of the foot, into the roof of the net. It is an absolutely beautiful finish that is a lot harder than it looks.
Well, they call him the Shark, but he's had a frustrating World Cup up until now. 7 games, 7 appearances, 6 of them from the bench. But if you're going to wait right to the very end to score a goal, do it like that.
Well, what you've got to do now is not give away free kicks. They've just given one away. The Spanish, you can see that's the only way that Argentina can score is magic from Messi. He's hardly had a touch or a set piece.
Remember, Argentina down to 10 players. Yet to have a shot in the entire game. It was with attempt number 20 that Spain have made the breakthrough. They won it in extra time against the Netherlands in 2010 in Johannesburg. That was by a solitary goal to 0. Is history about to repeat itself?
Isn't it amazing, all the beautiful football they play and they do, try to pass through you, down the side of it. It's just a diagonal ball to a back post, head back, and a great finish.
Williams deserve credit for keeping it in and getting it back into the central area. And as Ali said, the finish from Ferran Torres.
Alina at right back, jumping with Williams, needs to have a look at himself. Got to be concentrated. You know the ball's coming in the box. Just make sure your winger doesn't get a decent header on it.
Otamendi hits it against Ferran Torres. Trying to raise the Spanish volume levels. It's a bit difficult up against the sheer number of Argentines that are dotted around the New York, New Jersey stadium. Messi trying to find a route through Spain. Medina. The thing is about Argentina, even in this most precarious of positions, you probably should never write them off.
I just can't see anything, Ali, can you? I've got to see how they're going to get back in it.
I mean, the change, obviously, when England went ahead against them, pushed forward and absolutely controlled the game. But they've had nothing the entire match. Great shot that, the boys celebrating there.
Half the crowd of 2006, 2010, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jesus Navas was in the front of that group as well. Lewandowski was celebrating in the back row as well. I'm not saying that the neutrals are against Argentina, but it has sort of felt like that in the build-up to it. He obviously plays his football in Spain, or has done up until recently. Mrs. McAllister, who's been inviting that for a little while, now has the yellow card. Spain are quite happy to be patient, to be calm, to wait. They had to wait right to the better end for their goal against Portugal. Remember, in the Euros 2024, they scored a 119th minute winner against Germany. And they are ahead in extra time and a mere 8 minutes from a second star on their jersey.
What a run that was from Torres again, in the middle of the goal. He was through. He ran up the channel. Otamendi, blindside. Should have been given the ball.
Good run, fueled by the confidence of scoring the goal. Fascinating to know that the Spanish press have actually labelled this World Cup not a great one for him. I think that's all about to change.
Certainly picked up.
Disappointing performance from Argentina. I wonder just how much their grueling last few matches have taken out of them coming into this. It wasn't helped by the fact that they had a player sent off just on the stroke of full time as well. Yamal releasing Ferran Torres. The flag has stayed down. This is a chance to clinch it, and clinch it he does! Until the offside flag stops him in his tracks. Well, the linesmen weren't exactly up with play here.
Oh, I tell you
I'll
what.
tell you what, that's tight.
Oh, they'll be looking at this.
Left centre-back.
No, they've looked at it. He is off. That was quick.
The linesman didn't even give chase properly because I think he already knew that the flag was going to go up. Semi-automated offside technology. Even more accurate now.
There we go, set piece. He's going to get sent off, Paris.
I know, did you see that?
Yeah, I saw him lash out. I mean, now he's not been off.
Well, according to Gary Neville's tally chart, that's now 5 times he should have been sent off.
Just got to take your time with this one. This is their only chance, you expect. Set piece.
Not one like that. Powers of recovery that Argentina have shown might just be dwindling. But here's Messi coming forward with an angled ball, and it was well defended by Eric Garcia.
That was the one, wasn't it? A little bit more height on that. This is what he did against England, took this short one. Got it back.
And swings it in towards the far post, and Unai Simon is interested.
Thought for a minute you just get caught underneath it, didn't you, the goalkeeper? Well, we all did.
He knew what he was doing.
Which one?
It's a good goal, I'll tell you.
Sally Hunting, offside replay. It's on the screens.
Williams trying to take the ball away from Molina. Oh, he's beaten him, and he's got a great opportunity to feed Torres. Oh my word!
What's he done? Ali, what's he done?
I've no idea. Is the simple answer to your question? He's got to give it to Torres.
But did he try to do a trick or something? He did. He tried to do a trick to pass it to him.
I don't know. Well, how costly could that be if they stick away a set piece here?
Absolutely. The manager's he's just been dragged back by the fourth official for trying to get on the pitch to Williams to have a go at him.
Well, I just wonder how costly that could be for Spain. Up it goes to Senesi. He'll break for Simeone. 3 and a bit minutes to go. Now Messi with room, goes for goal, straight into the body of the Arsenal midfielder Merino might have hit him straight in the face.
Ball's gone out for a corner, but the referee blew his whistle before it went out of play.
Oh yeah, it's right in the forehead, doesn't it? Down he goes. Got to stop the game there, not taking any chances there. I'll give the Spanish coach an opportunity of a word with Williams.
What was he thinking of?
I've got no idea.
Well, that was a massive moment, a real opportunity to finish the game. And I don't. What goes through his mind? Why would he try a trick there? The simple pass is the easiest one.
And he does exceptionally well initially, doesn't he? To cut inside. Just you roll it across the front for.
This is how tight,
Torres.
by the way, the second Torres goal was to being offside.
Shoulder blade. It's finished, mind.
Merino getting some attention down in front of us. The clock still running, but we will have additional time at the end of the 120. It's been a game full of incident and niggles and cynical, crafty behaviour. It's been utterly infuriating at times. Spain have eventually found a way through.
There's this drop ball at them now.
It's going to happen just outside the penalty area, I would have thought. Goes straight back to Argentina. They had possession of the football.
Well, they didn't. Oh, well, not off his head, it didn't.
No, but it was going out for a corner. So the possession would have changed hands. So they've gifted it back. Molina into Medina. Yamal doing enough. Emi Martinez. There was one by Otamendi. Williams with a push, he's given away another free kick.
Again, what's he doing? Just, why give a free kick away there? Just let him have it.
It's naive.
Well, I think they took that short and then played it to Messi. Messi's now being told to go back again. Referee not happy with the positioning. One final moment of inspiration. No one's saying it, but this could be the last time we see Lionel Messi at a World Cup finals. Here's Simeone! How has it not ended up in the net? Senesi threw himself at it. But luckily for Spain, there were red shirts everywhere.
What a little ball from Messi that is to the near post.
That's an incredible bit of defending.
Kavasi.
I think it was Kavasi who was on the floor eventually. There's a bit of wrestling going on between Merino and Senesi now. These are crucial moments for Spain to hold on to. Remember, up until this point, the Argentine attack has really offered nothing. But they will here now. Not taken by Simon, runs loose inside the 6-yard box, scuppered behind in another set piece, and it wasn't very well defended at all.
As scrappy as you can get. I mean, Messi's put it right on a sixpence, right where it needs to be. He needs this one to do the same.
Five minutes at the end of extra time. Might be a bit more drama yet. 5 minutes?
Williams didn't enjoy hearing that, I tell you.
Williams. Messi to take the corner. Not the greatest, but it's kept alive. It comes back, and what an opportunity that was.
He's just leaning back, isn't he? Simeone just picks him. Guys, he's just leaning back.
Look where he is. Look where he's just found a bit of space. Oh, it's not an easy one, but...
No, but he's got to keep it down. Can't be leaning back like that. Go on top of the ball and smash it into the ground. Keep it down.
He tried.
Oh.
And ultimately failed to do so. And Argentina see their best chance of the match probably slip by them. They've had to wait 121 minutes and 30 seconds for a decent one to come. Spain have got the man advantage. But Argentina throwing everything at them now. They have no choice. They're desperate.
Porro's, he's given her the free kick away.
Otamendi
throw in, sorry.
Was rolling around, was asking for it. It is actually just a throw-in. Messi. McAllister. Paredes, he looks out on his feet. And then there was a foul inside the D, off the ball. What a chance for Giuliano Simeone.
Oh, it's a massive chance.
As you said, Ali, just hit it into the ground.
Yeah, I mean, keep it going. Just keep it going the way it's coming and keep it down. Hit the top of the ball.
2 goals and 15 caps before today. Spain know they are moments away from a second world title, 16 years after the first, closing in on that Euros and World Cup double. No nation has done that since Spain's golden generation between 2008 and 2012. Going to set another ridiculous record, 38 games unbeaten. The longest any European nation has ever managed. Long ball up towards the edge of the box. Unai Simon will sit on it. And Argentina, the team that came back against everyone, are finally running out of road. 8 late goals this month says don't write them off too early. But it does feel as if Spain now have the world in their hands. And they've done it, gents, with 1 goal conceded all tournament.
Terrible record. That Belgium equaliser, the only goal they've lost. It's remarkable, really.
Foul by Cucurella.
Free kicks of Spain given away in the last 5 minutes.
Well, this is it. This is the game. 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock in added time with 5 allotted. Martinez has stolen a couple of yards.
Why would you keep going back? Why would you not defend higher up the pitch?
Fear, that's fear.
Why would you get into your own box from here?
Delivered into the box, headed away, picked up by Ferran Torres. And Spain are the world champions! 16 years after Iniesta in Johannesburg, flawless Spain realised their American dream. As they celebrate, there is a little bit of afters in the middle of the pitch. There are substitutes fighting. Paredes is laying punches in the middle of the pitch. It's seriously kicking off. The Spanish want to celebrate, but the Argentines, who have been scrapping all tournament, aren't even stopping after the final whistle. It's a scar, a stain on the end of their World Cup performance. And that will come back to haunt them. But let's talk about Spain, gents. They've won it without ever once being truly wounded. 1 goal conceded in 7 games. The most complete tournament a champion has ever played. And they've done it without falling behind once.
Well, you have to say, especially after those scenes just then, well done, Spain. Football's been the winner. There's no doubt about that. The deserved team to win it on the day throughout the tournament. they've got better and better. Conceding 1 goal in a World Cup tournament, it just says everything you need to know about them. Organised, creative, we've got pace down the wings, and they're good to watch. You have to say they control the game. On the other hand, today, Argentina were just anti-football. And the scenes at the end, how Paredes is still on the pitch, I'll never know. Make that 6 or 7 times, he should have been sent off. That man's legacy coming to an end. Wasn't at his best today, wasn't allowed to be. Didn't have enough of the ball. And Spain are the winners.
Yeah, dreadful game of football. However, the best team in the tournament have been triumphant. Of that, there's no doubt. They opened up with a 0 each, finished with a 0 each. But it would have been so tough on the game of football if Argentina had won that, let me tell you. I personally am so pleased that the Spanish team have triumphed. A, because they're the best, they've been the best team in the tournament, and B, they were the only team trying to win that game of football today. Of that, there is no doubt.
20 attempts on goal to 2. Only one found the net. It came from Ferran Torres.
Fantastic, great to watch. They wore them down. We said obviously the pressure was on going into extra time. The onus was on them with the extra man. They were dominating the whole game, and then ends up being a very simple goal but very effective. A ball into the far post, a knockdown, a bit like you see in the old days, and a lovely finish. Well deserved, fantastic to watch. Again, there's parts of Argentina where you don't like to see the bits at the end. Yet some of them players were doing that to England players the other night, but obviously they can't take it. You got to give and take. You got to take your medicine. But Spain, we talk about all the brilliant attacking players of this World Cup, but to concede 1 goal as well defensively, I love that side of it. We can't get away from that as well. We love watching attacking players, we love watching goal incidents, etc. But when a team has a bit of pride in defending, fantastic, and what a job that manager's done. Absolutely amazing.
In the last
few years.
18 years, Spain have won 3 Euros and 2 World Cups.
Yeah.
That is a country who, when you three were playing at the turn of the century, we all laughed at the Spanish national team. Oh, Barca are great and Real Madrid are great. But the national team don't win anything. They won a Euros in the 60s when the Euros weren't very big.
Yeah.
There's a country that went, we have to sort this out. We're going to go, I don't know, back to basics, but we're going to have a pattern. They are the preeminent force in European football.
Yes.
That record.
Yeah, they are.
We should pay tribute to how good they've been, and that's with two different generations.
Yeah, they stuck to the principles of how they want to play the game. Whether they've got a centre forward up front or not, you know, they play total football in the way that they pass it around. And we've seen in some instances, yes, it looks like they're trying to gild the lily a bit by passing it all the way into the net. But what they do is they keep that ball so much, they put you under so much pressure, and they never waver from what they do. They never waver. They never like stop playing or stop trying to play. You only look at them and you think to yourself, if they did have that striker who's an Alvarez-y kind of type, or someone who can finish off their chances, what they would do to teams, because they never, ever go away from their principles and how they play.
And what you have to remind yourself again, this is obviously, they've just beaten the current champions, or previous champions. And what happens with these teams, because they weigh you down so much, when you do get the ball back, you've got such little options because you're so fatigued from chasing the ball. When you get it, your teammates are having a recovery break as well, and they just break you. And sometimes people say there may be a bit, it can be boring to watch, because they're technically just looking after the ball and you want a bit more goal action.
Just Gary, Lamine Yamal just pointed to the star above the badge, which denotes how many World Cups he won, as if to go one more on a mass. So he's going to have 2 stars on there when they come to Wembley in September.
Mark, he will. If you looked at the value per player of that, say, Spanish starting 11 versus the French, the German, the English, the Portuguese, that starting 11 for Spain would be worth a lot less in transfer value. That is not the best individual players. What they are is the best team, the best collective, and also the best system of play. I spent a very short period of time in Spain, and what I found that technically and tactically, they were a different level than Premier League teams in terms of their understanding of the game, and that comes out most at international level when you're playing every 4 days in the middle of 35-degree heat. And that's why they're winning tournaments. Technically and tactically, they are outstanding.
And also, because they're dominating so many games, again, come the back end of these tournaments, they seem physically and mentally the sharpest because they're constantly looking after the ball, they're constantly in possession and in control of every situation.
It's the second time a sub has won the World Cup, both times against Argentina. Mario Götze was a sub in 2014. Ferran Torres a sub today, and they are celebrating, and quite right too, because this is the pinnacle of their professional careers, to win the World Cup. Congratulations to Spain. We'll take a break. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time with all the reaction and all the presentations as the 2026 World Cup comes to an end.
Having a nightmare at the back here. But he's got options now, thanks to Gemini. He'll be happy with that.
He would want that back because it's just youthful energy, trying to get there, trying to create something and make something happen. But I thought Spain were fantastic throughout. And do you know what? We talk about the players. We have to talk about the manager. The manager did some really brave decisions as well today. Put Ferran Torres in before we put Marino in. Marino's been the guy scoring, but he tested Ferran Torres and went, go on, you go in and you win it. So I thought it was fantastic.
From European champions
to World Cup champions. That is absolutely phenomenal by
Who's
Spain.
going to stop them? Who do you see stopping the Spain side in the next few years?
You know what? I think it's not going to be hard to stop. It's going to be very hard to stop the Spain side, because my problem is this as well. If they could get that striker that's on form, that is the only missing piece with Spain. That's the only criticism I can give to Spain, to say, listen,
Need it, though?
they need it.
Oh, they do?
They do need it, because they create so many chances. If you've got that striker, like probably Troy was, the true number 9, hold up play, bring the team higher up the pitch, but willing to make those runs in the box and to have that muscle memory to want to score goals, to be a fox in the box. If they get that piece there, it's going to be very hard to stop Spain moving forward, in my opinion. That's just my opinion on that.
They play with no number 9 and no Yamal. Yamal didn't do anything the entire tournament. He was very underwhelming by his standards. And you know, when I think about this matchup, I think about Argentina. I think about the stories that came into here. I saw Argentina take over Times Square. I saw Maradona, Messi, all the amazing stories. You know, and I think back to my own family. I think back to my kids. My son wants to be an astronaut. He said, Dad, I want to be an astronaut. I said, buddy, you're going to pay taxes and work like a dog like the rest of us. And that's what happened today. The Argentina story was amazing. We wanted to buy it. But in the end, look at the stats. 67% possession, 20 shots, 12 on target. Argentina has 0 on target. There's levels to this game.
Okay. But we've seen this
There's levels.
We've seen it before.
Hold on. In a world where marketing is taking control, the best player is never the best player. FIFA wants to tell you this guy is the best. In a world where marketing and social media takes control, Spain said, no. We're going to show you what football is. And the real football won today. That's why I feel good.
But hang on. Was it that comfortable for Spain? I know that the stats tell you, yes, it was comfortable.
Credit to Argentina.
The last minute, did you feel like
credit?
Yes.
Yes. Credit to Argentina that they just won't die, because it should have been much more comfortable. So credit there to Argentina, because with very little, they hung on forever. But in the end, it's overwhelming, Spain, what they did. And just look at the statistics. I think this is a game where you can look at the statistics and it tells you actually what the game was like.
What were you going to say, Nige?
I was going to say that, listen, Greg and I have a disagreement in the fact of, I think that if Enzo Fernandez had stayed on, I think Argentina have shown us enough in this tournament of the grit and the mindset to say, no, we're going to take this to penalties. And for me personally, Martinez is one of the best goalkeepers in the world, especially when it comes to those type of situations and scenarios. So I understand what Grell is coming to about Spain, but I think for me, that sending off did change the dynamic and the momentum of this game.
So much to unpack from this game. We're going to be with you for so much longer here at Pig's Beach. Let's hear what Hannah's got to say, though, because she's also here in Queens, New York with us.
Girls, you just won the World Cup. How are you feeling? How did you find the match? Awesome, like beyond this world right now. Yeah. Insane! Vamos España! Oh my God. I think the better football team won today. Yeah. We love Messi. We're Barcelona fans, but what they played today was an embarrassment to the sport, and the best team won. How are you gonna celebrate, girls? By drinking. By drinking.
It's National Ice Cream Day, so everyone should get ice cream.
National Ice Cream Day, yes. National Ice Cream, get your free ice cream.
Do you not feel sorry for Messi?
No.
We feel sorry. No. So sad. But it's okay, because Lamine Yamal, the 19 theory. By the way, the 19 theory, do you know about the 19 theory? It's true. It's fucking true.
Okay. Were you alive when they won in 2010? Yes, I was alive.
Do you remember?
Not that much.
So this is your first proper World Cup seeing Spain win?
World Cup, yes. Yeah.
Congratulations, girls, you're World Cup winners. Thank you so much! We're so happy! We love you, Spain! We love you, Lamine! Lovely, thanks.
Viva España, this is the team.
What it's like to go through tournament football. It's so difficult. And even when you look at the end scenes there, Poppy, of the pictures of what we talked about so much about Messi being 39 years old and what he's doing and how he's influencing the game, and just amazing to witness that. To get to the final is one thing, but to lose that final, it's another thing that it's just you can never put into words of how hard that journey is. And for these guys there that are natural born winners, especially the Argentina team, and how they've applied themselves, it's a punch to the gut. It's something that you never forget for the rest of your life. And they know how hard that journey is to qualify for a World Cup and then to get all the way through to a final of a World Cup. It's just something that it's an amazing journey as a football player. And it's something that no money in the world can ever pay for. And only those guys can maybe find the right words.
What are you talking about? You've just gone on this journey. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about the journey of what we've just witnessed there in the World Cup final. That's
I'm talking about
saying.
Spain. You're talking about Messi and the journey. And I'm
talking about Messi and the journey, but also for Spain. Spain is fantastic for them, but also for Argentina, it's heartache. It's just a whole day as a whole.
It's so true. Okay, let's go to Hannah very quickly. Here she is. Let's have a look at what she's doing. Throw the hats, boys. Throw the hats. Hats.
I've already given mine away.
You've already given yours away. The fans are
waiting. Grella's not going to take someone's eye out.
I threw the hat to my boy.
Grella's not going to take someone's eye out there. Hey.
Oh, okay, stay with us, everybody. We're going to be back in just a second here from...
There's heartache out there now. Nig's going to tell you about it.
I'm just talking about the environment.
That has a different collective, their brotherhood and the way they played. This crowd was tremendous today. The team gave them no shots on target, barely any entries into the final third. And they could have nicked an equaliser at the death.
Kaz, let's have a look at the goal. It took 20 shots for Spain to eventually break this Argentina side down and get this goal by Ferran Torres.
Well, we spoke about it in the England game when teams go to a back five. These spaces on the outside where you're going to set it back to now, the cross there, it's hard to stop that cross coming in, and the lads in the studio spoke about concentration, but it's a setback, and it's, I think Ali said it as well, it's the most unorthodox Spanish goal we'll see because they're used to playing through you, but those type of deliveries, that type of chaos, that type of response, and they're sharper. Why? Because they have 400 passes more than you, they tire you out, so when these moments come and you switch off in that last second, bang, you're 1-0 down, you lose the World Cup.
Trend of the World Cup for the top teams, crosses, and all the top teams have had to find different ways because, as you've mentioned, they're teams are being pushed back into a back five. So these sort of out-swinging balls, goalkeepers can't come for them. It was no more than they deserved. I'm just surprised it took so long.
Don't want to see him at next year's Women's World Cup.
Why not? It's
from your team.
No, look, the realities are that you have to find many different ways at different times. I think, yes, it's a victory for football, but let's celebrate both teams.
I think one of the phrases of the tournament has been Argentina never know they're beaten. Not just this tournament, tournaments before as well. Today they were beaten, but in terms of the way Argentina managed to try and see out games, we saw some of their chances late on there. It came very close, Kaz, for them.
I mean, we spoke about it. We're down to 10 players, and Enzo will be apologising, I'm sure, in that dressing room. And and then we spoke about Messi not doing the type of off-the-ball work stuff. So to defend and keep them at bay for such large parts of, majority of the game, Spain. But it was that concentration. There was a couple of minutes at the end when Messi started to get involved, but just wasn't enough. This Spanish team have conceded one the whole tournament. They, like Emma said, in possession great, but off the ball as well. And even as good as Messi is, he couldn't open up today.
We were just watching over here. We've got a great view, obviously, and we can see the Argentina players going to stand just in front of their families. Look, they're obviously all playing this tournament for Messi. You see that the way that they play their game, the way that Messi barely moved today, and everybody does the work for him, even when they went down to 10 men as well. What does this Argentina side mean without Messi? Let's just focus on him for a moment, the career he's had and the impact he has for this team.
I think many of us have said it. I'm not sure we'll ever come across a football player like that ever again. Thought Maradona was the greatest football player I'd ever seen, but Messi has done it again at the highest level. At 39, to have to go through another 120 minutes today, it was just too much.
I felt privileged watching him today, because you might never know, we might never get to see him, we don't know. We haven't, obviously we're surmising, but to see him there live in the flesh again, to see what he does, to see his aura, to see where he moves, see where he carries his team, it was an honour.
You can never replace him, but they have to try and remodel this side without him. How do you do that as a manager? How do you even begin to do that?
Well, first of all, you're making assumptions this is his last game. I think the way he plays...
World Cup.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I think we've seen with the quality and the way top athletes look after themselves, they're able to play a lot longer. And but what I know is that Argentina are a collective, and they are a team. Like I said, they have 3 stars. That is because, as a nation, the way they develop their players from a really young age is to put everything on the line for the team, and they've done it throughout this tournament too.
So we really see, when it all came down to it, Kaz, the Spain collective that we spoke about before this game, pulling themselves together and really managing out this game, and not really until maybe the very end feeling much of a threat from Argentina.
Like I said, Laura, 400 passes more. That's when you're chasing and you've gone games before, you've had extra time, and it's been tiring. You've had to dig deep for Argentina, scoring so late in the majority of their games. It's hard. The Spanish team is special in possession, and they hunt you down out of possession. Deserved winners overall.
All right, let's get back up to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Laura. The presentations will start soon with the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, and the 3 leaders of the USA, Mexico and Canada, Donald Trump, Claudia Sheinbaum and Mark Carney, the Canadian Premier. There we go. Sergio Ramos, winner in 2010 with the trophy. Let's be honest, Messi's going to be 43 in 4 years' time.
Yeah,
it's thank you, you've been brilliant. And in terms of the World Cup, we won't see you again, surely, Roy.
No, it was amazing. Just a bit too much today, and then obviously the sending off. They were chasing the game as it was, but his efforts, his stats in terms of goals, assists for the World Cup, it is mind-boggling. And sorry, what a beautiful looking trophy it is, isn't it? Absolutely fantastic. But yeah, all applaudits go to Messi, fantastic. But they were running on fumes today, and Spain just wore him down. And even towards the end, I haven't said that, we were still watching it, us going, listen, he still might do something. And they ended up creating that one chance, but
and he won the World Cup. Let's not forget, he has won the World
Cup. Of course. So he's won all the big prizes. Of course, yeah. Let's not cry ourselves to sleep tonight over him. And there's a lot of things we necessarily you might like about Argentina, but you have to admire them as well. Where they stick at it. As I said, they're street fighters.
When they were 2-0 down to Egypt, I didn't think in a million years we'd be seeing them here today. So in fact, they've got this far, but just one too far against a team who just have such good control.
Remember, we're talking about another nearly 120-minute game for someone like Messi, and he's done it again. And I think today with Spain and the way they keep the ball, and it's very difficult for Argentina, as tough as they are and as the warriors that they are, to try and get him the ball for him to do anything. But we still saw right at the death there, in a couple of instances, it was still him at 39 who was creating those chances. It's going to be interesting to see, you know what I mean? Because you have to say that he probably is coming to the end of it in actually how they move from here, yes. Argentina, without him, because he has been absolutely unbelievable for them.
And as I think you said earlier, Gary, with Messi goes a level of aura and intimidation as well. People will be lining up, there he is, in the tunnel when they next play Argentina, when he's not there, and go, oh, right, OK, we've got a bit more of a chance here than maybe we thought.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there'll be a huge drop-off, not just actually with him, because the rest of this team, the average age of that Argentina team today was 30.
There's Ramos and Messi, yeah.
A lot of them are coming
towards...
They had
some battles, yes.
A lot of them are coming towards the end of their careers. It's not just him. And it's been the end of, obviously, a great side who've got some sort of what would be successive finals. So it's not just Messi, but obviously they are going to lose him massive. There'll be a massive revamp, a massive reset for the country.
I think they're more than capable, and maybe not as good as Messi is, producing players for the future. Again, I wouldn't worry too much about that. Huge loss.
World Cup overall, Roy, what'd you say? How would you mark it?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed Brooklyn. Yeah, I've enjoyed the games. I've enjoyed watching the attacking players. But it's great when you see Spain, like the last Euros, when you see the top teams turning up. And again, I go back to...
And the top boys as well, Roy. The top boys.
The top lads turn up, the attacking players. But I'm also delighted to see a team like Spain where defensively they've got a foundation and pride in defending. We can never forget about that part of the game. It's so important. You've got to have both to win these big prizes.
Gary, your overall verdict on the World Cup?
I think, look, the final wasn't the best game, which is obviously something that will last in people's minds, but it's been, I think, fantastic. It really has. The setting of the games, the Cape Verde story, which obviously cements the participation of 48 teams, and the best football team won it. And I think football was the winner at the end. I think it would have been if Argentina would have won that game at the end and scrapped over the line.
I think a lot of people here in America might have gone, is that what football's all about? You play like that and you're world champions.
It wouldn't have been right. I think Spain were a deserved winner. The refereeing throughout the tournament was outstanding. I do think the referee, possibly in the England game and maybe today, could have got a grip of the Argentinians a lot quicker. But generally, it's been very good.
But we just shouldn't be too harsh on Argentina. I'm getting a bit fed up with everyone and criticising Argentina because you have to find different ways to win.
Yeah.
Argentina are a brilliant team. Yeah. They can't be all as stylish and brilliant as Spain. So you have to find a different way. So they deserve it today, but go easy on the losers.
You know, I think, like, again, the best team did win. I think they've been the best team in the tournament, but I think that from a tournament point of view, I don't think we could just brush over things that's happened in this tournament and things that's happened for me personally, the way the Iranian team were treated. For me, you know, as a sportsman, they deserve their chance to have a fair crack at it. Same with the referee. I think things like that shouldn't be forgotten because obviously once the game starts, we forget about those things. But again, football is the winner here. But we can't forget those things.
No, we shouldn't forget it. I think the three hosts have been excellent.
Yes.
Pau Kubasi is the young player of the tournament. One day he's had young player of the tournament and a World Cup winner. The three hosts have been extremely welcoming. I'm thinking immediately of the reaction of the Mexicans towards England in the Azteca, and all the England fans saying they were absolutely fantastic and you know, swapping shirts and swapping stories and having a drink with each other. Same in Canada. And here in America, I was out yesterday trying to go to the cinema. It was sold out, the Odyssey. And I just heard a chap saying in the shopping centre, oh, France have scored another goal.
Yes.
And I just thought, that's interesting. Just Americans in the way that we have at home.
Yeah, what you should have done is gone to Toy Story. That's what I would have There's other movies out there.
But it does look like as if, to some extent, in the States here, particularly because Mexico's a football country we know anyway, people are understanding why we're...
Yeah, I think so. It all helps. Listen, there's obviously always challenges with World Cups. We had it in Qatar, we had it in Russia, etc. But also, we're footballing people, and we have to admire the football. And we see young kids like that getting awards and winning World Cups. Then that's what the game is about. Because when we were growing up, imagine... We mentioned players before the game. Imagine in the tunnel playing in the World Cup final.
That's amazing.
Wow.
At 19.
Wow.
You know, everybody's talking about him as well, Roy, about, oh, let's see how he does in the World Cup. Listen, again, when you look at someone like Spain will, the goalkeepers...
Golden Glove Award. Well, it would be if you conceded...
What's crazy, we've got people dishing out awards, medals to these players that have worked there as well. We've got people that have been to Epstein Island, bro. Look at them. I mean, football won tonight, man. Football won today. If the referee between England and Argentina handled that game properly, we would have had a much more better game than what we've seen today. What we saw yesterday was absolutely the final. Today is just like Spain. Thank you, Spain. That's all I've got to say. Thank you. Thank you for making sure nothing goes to VAR. Making sure we just beat these people. You know, even if it's just 1-0, you know, the dark heart, the dirty business, the dirty games, the dirty play. You know what? With a team that, you know, play up the tournament. Rodri, absolutely smash it. Well deserved, you know. And Messi. Rodri, player of the tournament, man. Player of the tournament. He absolutely bossed it. And this is what the British thinks Declan Rice is when you watch Rodri play. Right? Rodri is a specialist. Declan Rice is a runner. And England have that in Kobe, and they refuse to utilize it. Right? Rodri controlled the game from that midfield. He made sure Messi didn't go past him, run past him, didn't do anything stupid around it. Right? And he got a coach that actually said, okay, go out and do your thing. You know, the Spanish is sweeping up everything, bro. Keeper of the tournament, Golden Glove, young player of the tournament, and now the World Cup. They've got it all. They're sweeping everything up, bro. Messi is leaving his team now. Messi is now leading the team up to the podium to collect their losers' medals. There we go. Messi is now leading the team up to the podium to collect their losers' medals. Romero got Kama, absolutely Kama. Martinez got Kama. Both of them was taking off during. Oh, what the hell, Charlie? Crazy business, bro. Absolute fair play to the Spanish team. What's going on with this? Let's see. Oh, Messi finally crying. Bro, finally crying. Finally shedding tears, Messi. Finally. Finally got to him. Thank you, Spain. Thank you, Spain. This is what England should have done. You know, they can parade every banner they want now. And Spain said, no. We're the best in Europe. I will be the best in the world. Thank you, Spain. Thank you. I'm hearing people talking about you gotta find a way to win. Absolutely, you gotta find a way to win. But when you're a true football fan, you just know you don't have to put it like that all the time. You come against some serious teams, some good teams. Play football and you can actually win. And I just posted a video as well of these people, their dirty games, the way they play dirty football. It's absolutely ridiculous. When you're a true football fan, just know. Yeah, overall, the World Cup itself on the pitch, Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Off the pitch, absolutely bonkers for anyone that went there to watch this, to watch it live. It's been bonkers for everyone. You got to feel sorry for people there not trying to get off there. Some people stay there as long as possible, to be honest with you. But off the pitch, absolutely bonkers for anyone that went there to watch this, to watch it live. Bonkers for everyone. You got to feel sorry for people there not trying to get off there. Some people stay there as long as possible. Let us know what you think. Please subscribe. As you know, we're entering the pre-season coming up, and also the Premier League coming up very, very soon. I'm almost on 5k. Need 400 more to hit 5k. Not doing too bad at all. Do you feel sorry for Messi? Let us know, man. Let us know if you feel sorry for Messi, because I don't. And you know what's crazy? Harris actually said to me, I don't want to watch this game, Dad, because when I watch Argentina play, all they do is foul people. Bro, he's 4, and he watched the last game Argentina played, and all he could see was Argentina player being violent, playing, showing some sort of violence in the game. And today I said, Aris, are you going to watch the game with me? He said, no, I don't want to watch it because Argentina don't play football. He said, I hope Spain wins. He's like, damn. And he likes Messi as well. And I was just like, yo, he's 4 and he's talking like this, and you can see that what Argentina was doing is not good football. And if a 4-year-old can pick that up and say, I don't want to watch Argentina play football, I don't want to watch the game today, I'm gonna go to bed. That tells you a lot. And he picked it up. He said, I don't want to watch Argentina play because all they play, when I watched them, all they play was foul. They were fouling the opposition team a lot. They were kicking people. They were punching people. That's a 4-year-old that saw that on the screen. Yeah, you're telling me the only thing Argentina got on their hand was Messi. Watch after Messi retires, that team is finished, bro. That country is finished in football. Right? After Messi, that country is finished in football. Because if Messi don't put in a perfect cross into the 6-yard box, nobody scores. If he doesn't go past 3, 4, 5 people, nobody scores. Nobody does it for them. The only thing you have is Messi. And when he retires, that country is finished, bro. It's finished in football. I don't think they'll be winning the World Cup for the next 50 years. But when kids can notice stuff like that in football, that's why they said it. That's why some people say, even when you let your kids watch football, when you take them to football matches, obviously you expect in the stadium, you expect to see like people, unruly people, like people who are passionate about the game, or people who are just rude. They'll be swearing in front of kids, and they'll be using certain languages in front of kids. That's why when I take my kid to watch football, I avoid certain stands at Old Trafford. I don't take him like straight for end. I'll never take my kid there. Right? There's a section in the North Stand. I wouldn't take my kid. Sir Alex Ferguson stand. I wouldn't take my kid because that's where I used to have my season ticket. I know exactly how people speak in those areas when you sit there. The only time I take Harris to football at Old Trafford is the Bobby Charlton stand. That's the only place I'll take him to watch football, because everyone around there is respectful. Everyone around there doesn't jump up and down, doesn't swear at people, doesn't call people names. I mean, you'll have maybe a couple of people who just come in and maybe the lower tier, yeah, you'll hear it, but right at the top, you won't hear anybody because they like, swearing at kids. So kids do pick up on these things. when he said it today, I was like, he's right. Because that's all I could talk about that day when England play Argentina, or when Paraguay play the other teams, or when Argentina play the other teams. I was like, why are they always just kicking people? Why are they not playing football? But for 4-year-olds to pick that up, Argentina, man, I'm glad you lost. Glad. Thank you, Spain. I hope the next World Cup, Messi, I don't think Messi will play the next World Cup. Because without him, I don't even know how they don't have a style of play without Messi. They haven't got anything. You know what I mean? They don't have anything without Messi. But look at the Spanish. Rodri, Ballon d'Or winner, World Cup winner. He's won it all. European Championship winner. Rodri has won every single accolade. Champions League winner, treble winner, quadruple winner. Blimey. Jeez. Paul Kobasi, 19 years of age. Lamine Yamal, 18 years of age. Right? Pedri, 19, 20? Williams, Nico Williams, 19. Yo, that Spanish team is still raw, bro. It's raw. It's so young. And so much to come. The next World Cup, they might actually win the next World Cup if England don't pick it up. Messi is working in now. He's leaving the ground. He's left. Barcelona won the World Cup for Spain. Dani Olmo. Look at Trump standing there, man. Why is Trump standing there? Get that guy off the podium. Jesus. Get that guy off the podium. Get that Epstein fella off the podium. Don't deserve to be on the podium with those guys. They work so hard for this trophy. Disgusting human being. I'm so glad Argentina lost, man. The dark hurt in football does not pay off for it doesn't pay off all the time, man. And some of those players, I feel sorry for maybe Martinez, because he just tend to play football. He just tend to show passion. He just tend to be passionate about things. He doesn't go after people like trying to kick them, trying to hit them. He's quite physical, but it's different. Well, the video I just posted of that guy, out of nowhere, he just punched the other Spanish player. He punched him for no reason. The guy was celebrating, and he went over and punched him. Like, why? Why would he just? That's, in America, easily you could get arrested for shit like that in America. You could get arrested for shit like that in America easily. No, he did nothing to you. You just punched him. You just assaulted him. That's assault. Physical assault, mate. And that's Argentina. That's how they played England. But England just couldn't cope with that kind of shit. So mentally, I don't think they were strong enough to take on these guys. Whilst the Spanish, they kept the ball really well. They didn't let them they didn't let the Argentines anywhere near the ball. Right? It's like, you can chase all you want. You're not getting shit from us. And they dealt with them the right way. The red card came. Let's talk about the red card for a bit. Enzo Fernandez, one of the dirtiest players in football, in the sport, in the game. Finally, he caught up with him. In the England game, he actually punched. He hit Jude Bellingham in the back of his head. And the ref did nothing. When they played against England, I think I've got a clip. I'll post the clip. He punched Jude the back of his head, and the ref did nothing. Karma caught up with him today, right? The first yellow card was for dissent, right? Shouting at the ref, blah, 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 doing all, trying to show that they're in control, they're in charge of the game, right? The ref were like, get out. Yellow card. The second one was definitely yellow, but without the first one, he would have still been on the pitch. But that's what karma does to you. Karma got to him ASAP today. And even Messi couldn't influence that to overturn VAR. He couldn't do it. He couldn't, because he was so blatant. It came with so much force. I've posted a video there, and that video is going viral right now. I think it's gone viral already. Yeah. I posted about half an hour ago. It's on 10,000 now, 10,000 views. So that's gone viral. But it's disgusting the way that guy played football, man. And he thought he could go away with it today. And this ref was like, nah. By the way, this ref has got history, bro. The ref has got history. This ref was caught, right, in a brothel with people, allegedly. Well, no, it's not allegedly. He was caught. He was found. I think he was arrested. No, not I think. I know, because I've seen the videos. I've seen the videos of him going to court as well and everything. He was caught in a. Oh, it's disgusting, man. I didn't want to talk about that. But this ref has got history. But tonight, I think he probably just redeemed himself. And when they gave him the job for tonight, every single one of us were calling him out. We thought, he will back the Argentines. But that can only happen when you play certain teams. Because these guys, they speak the same language, right? Argentines and Spanish and the Spanish, they probably speak similar language. So even when Messi was talking to the rep, they could all speak the same language and they could all chat to each other. But Otamendi tried to do, the whole look at me, I'm the man. Rod was just laughing in his face. But yeah, the ref has got history, so we all thought Argentina or whatever FIFA, Infantino, would have paid him off, blah blah blah, get him to rig the game. But clearly, Spain did not give VAR enough chances to actually. The first goal they overturned, obviously, I think it was a foul. Yeah, it was a foul, which was a correct call, by the way. And then the second goal, there was no offside, no nothing. He couldn't overturn that. And Messi was absolutely useless in this game, by the way. Messi was useless in this game. Even when they went, even when they got a red card, they went 10 man down. Messi did nothing to help the team. No pressing, no running. Yamal was doing more running than Messi. I know he's starting night now, come on. But take him off. Bring somebody younger in. Let them play. But yeah, at the end of the day, though, like I said, football won today, and we're all happy for Spain. I said it since this morning, since yesterday. I said it today. I'm Spanish, because I don't want Argentina to win it. And the fact that Harris said to me that I don't want to watch Argentina play today, because when they do play, all they do is kick people and hit people and punch people. That is huge, man. That is huge for a 4-year-old to pick that up in football. And he plays football, and he could take that onto his football training and start doing the same thing. But obviously, I've let him know that's not how you play football. Because sometimes you're gonna have to come against people like that. You're gonna have to find a way to defeat them. You know what, Kubasi, I respect him, man. He's 19 and he's done what he's done, and he's played every single minute in the World Cup. He played every single minute in the Champions League. He played every single minute in La Liga, by the way. Smashed it. Oh, they're pulling the sunglasses out, man. Yamal taking pictures. The Barcelona, the Barca boys, the Pedri. Damn, these guys are all young and they all just won the World Cup, bro. Let's watch the goal again. Rodri right there. Look at him. Ball carrier. Look at the way he's moving with the ball. Oh my days. Messi could not go past Rodri. They tried to play dirty with him. They tried to rough him up. Look at the way he's just picking up his players, man. His teammate. He's always around Messi. He's always look at that. Defensive midfield. Like, he's actually done everything. Ball carrier, everything. Look at that. Tackling. Messi, no way. That's what you call a captain. You know? And Spain played with no number 9, by the way. They played with no number 9. The keepers are taking pictures now. All 3 of them. David Raya didn't even kick a ball. David Raya he won the Premier League and he just won the World Cup. That's crazy stuff, man. Fuente is the best coach in the world, isn't it? In terms of international football, he's the best coach in the world. He's the master at winning these trophies. He's won everything.
The huge pressure anyway at this stage, of course they were, because they weren't getting any possession and in the conditions at this stage of the tournament. But he's just got to slow down. Has to slow down.
But then you look at he has to slow. You look at the way Paredes was. It's like they didn't care. It's like they almost like they've got a pass. The challenges he was making after being on a yellow card, Paredes. It's like they didn't care.
I think they kind of have to play on the edge, and we've said it before when they played England. You have to play on the edge, but once you cross that line, which they have done, and they've got to win some earlier big decisions, win for them. So again, for an experienced player like that, when you're on a yellow in such a big game, slow down.
It's that clear, classic sort of line of your greatest strength is your greatest weakness, and I think Roy's just summed it up. You look at Romero, the amount of times he's been sent off in the last few years in the Premier League. They really play aggressively, competitive, but sometimes it borders on reckless.
Spain celebrating it really is the most beautiful trophy, is it? They've all got those goggles on. Like those modern-day goggles. Dani Olmo in there, Mikel Merino as well. Spain celebrating. In the final part of our final show, we'll look back at the tournament, some of our highlights, some of our best bits, the funniest bits. And it's all ended with Spain winning the World Cup. Ferran Torres with the goal, and that's how it went down in Madrid. Long into the night, they will be celebrating a second World Cup triumph.